Hey Madison, been nice so far. I'm still setting up the stream for right now though, so give me a few seconds. Hey there.
Oh, I didn't mean to join from my laptop.
Sorry, what?
I didn't mean to join from my laptop. 1 second.
Oh, okay.
Now we're in. Now, now we're. Now we're. Now we're in.
Hey. What?
Okay. Oh, sorry, I don't know how to use this app.
Well, now I'm getting voice at least. For a second, I was just, beep.
Oh yeah, it was I joined on my laptop. I don't know why I did that. It was a dumb idea.
It's because you want the worst quality mic possible, presumably.
Yeah, but now I can't see the video part because it's on my phone. So that's fine. I don't need to see it.
The question is, can you hear it?
Yeah, I can hear. Well,
Now.
yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I can hear. I'm just gonna be playing Animal Crossing.
That's fine.
So I got an invite. I'm a filthy cheater, and I decided to buy a trip to an island that has all of the new stuff and the new Animal Crossing 2.0 or 2.1 or whatever. And I bought it yesterday, but the dude didn't message me until today. So now I'm like taking advantage while I can, because I don't know when this dude sleeps, because he's in China. So I messaged him at like 2 p.m. his time, and he said he was asleep. So
Kindred soul, then.
yeah,
Device.
I guess he was asleep all day.
Sorry?
I guess he was asleep all day. I don't know.
Presumably.
Maybe he tries to be awake when Americans are awake. I'm not sure.
Pegasus device. Device. The hell? Pegasus device. Pegasus.
What are you making?
Pegasus.
What is this?
I'm trying to sync up a reference track for the Rainbow Factory vocals, because I thought it'd be funny to make a happy remix of this song.
Oh, yeah.
Now we're
Clyde, stop.
rainbow. Rainbow.
It's like the phone is talking, so it's time to attack the phone.
Yeah, I'm previewing all of the notes right now. Whoops. Mind that.
That's the like piano falling down the stairs sound.
I mean, that's basically what happened.
Rainbow's tail. Rainbow's
Hi.
tail isn't quite as nice
Cool.
as the story we knew of sugar and spice. But a rainbow is easy once you get to know it with the help of the magic of a Pegasus device. Now let's still deep it.
Okay.
Let's still Now let's still deeper into rainbow Now let's delve deeper into rainbow philosophy, far beyond. Now let's delve deeper into rainbow philosophy. Let's delve deeper into rainbow philosophy. Let's delve far beyond. Let's delve deeper into rainbow philosophy, far beyond that of Cloudsdale's mythology. It's easy to misjudge that floating city with its alluring decor and social psychology, but with all great things comes a great responsibility. That of Cloudsdale's being weather stability. That of Cloudsdale's being weather stability. Weather stability. Ability, ability. How, you ask, are they up to the task? To which the answer isn't a simple facility. In the rain, isn't a simple facility.
Oh, that's wrong here.
No comment. No idea.
I could transpose something wrong.
Sometimes you gotta do it by ear. Or did you do it by ear?
I'm doing something really weird here. This song is in F sharp, and I only know a lot of theory stuff in C. So I'm writing this in C and having the program transpose it up 6 semitones instead. So basically transpose all the MIDI stuff down and then use the plugin to pump it back up. And I think I didn't transpose this properly.
Yeah, something's getting lost in translation.
But it's supposed to be a dark and spooky dooky song, so maybe it was supposed to be like that, but I'm just gonna ditch it anyway. Alright.
Can you hear me mashing buttons or the cat making noises?
Nope, I think it's gated out.
Oh. Oh, Clyde.
I heard it thud.
Oh, that was it right there. You gonna be good? No tapping the phone. Uh-uh. No. Oh my god, stop. I was hoping he'd be all cute and start purring, so. But no. He's just gonna be
Obviously
a little
not.
jerk. Well, it's because the screen. He loves screens. Like, he'll watch YouTube with me and stuff. He also wants to touch him. He thinks that he can attack him. He's kind of stupid. It's okay. Why mute on here? Oh, I see. No.
Fabian, Fabian, let's delve deeper into rainbow philosophy. Fabian, Fabian, that Fabian, Fabian. Fabian, 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 that of cloud.
Well, it doesn't work at all.
Let's delve deeper into
I
rainbow
was hearing it
philosophy.
over and over again. It sounds like he's not doing the R, so he's like a Fabian.
So what?
Listening to that too many times, and now I'm hearing different things.
Oh.
I'm hearing a kid going, who can't say his O's properly.
I'm just trying to figure out the chords because this is supposed to be dissonant, but I'm trying to make all the like leading tones turn into eighths, sevenths and stuff. Like this sounds good. But then he goes into a different. Sorry?
I'm being mean to you.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why this is weird.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to split this chord. What is this doing?
I don't know how you can do this.
Do what?
Listen to the same thing over and over again like that. It drives me crazy. That's why I can't make music. That's why when I did, like the one time I did try to make music, I didn't go over more than like 3 passes.
That's because I'm listening to different things when I do it. I'm very, very much isolating specific sounds that I'm working with. It sounds like this is from a C to a C sharp in the melody. And I don't even have C on here. Oh. So this should sound good then? Oh, nope. But that's not the kind of movement I want, so what did this chord end up being? D sharp 9. Do we need to get an E into that somehow? No. D sharp. Isn't a minor 7? Wait, what? Oh, right.
That of Cosdale's mythology. Let's delve deeper into Ringo philosophy. Follion, that of Follion, that of Follion, that of Cosdale's mythology. That of Cosdale's mythology. That of Cosdale's mythology. That of Cosdale's mythology. Delve deeper into Ringo philosophy. That of Cosdale's mythology. That of Cosdale's mythology.
Yeah, I don't like that, but I don't like the straight eighth or whatever that is. Straight quarter notes.
That of Cosdale's mythology.
Bud.
I'm spraying the cat.
Ah, okay.
You know, like you do. Anyway, I don't know what you're talking about, but this song is terrible. I don't know what this is.
It's a funny joke, I swear.
It's not your fault. I'm sure whatever you're doing to it isn't making it, like, worse. But what is this shit? Like,
Well, here's the original.
yeah, you know how I feel about, like, weird robot voices already.
Yes, but I love them.
Yeah. That's one of many ways we differ.
Oh god, that's too suddenly minor. G. Why does that sound dissonant? What the heck? Oh, right.
It's like a scary movie in here. Oh, quiet.
Whoops.
That of Clydesdale's myth.
Except that wasn't the right note. It was...
Right, stop.
Huh.
I'm being chewed on.
That of Clydesdale's myth. Still deeper into Ringo philosophy. That of Clydesdale's mythology. Still Dale's mythology. It's easy to misjudge. Still deeper into Ringo philosophy. That of...
Whoops.
That was hot. Do it again. All my favorite songs start.
I don't even know what I did exactly. Just a misclick. What do I have pitch bin data? Clear. Okay.
Still deeper into Ringo philosophy. That of Clydesdale's mythology. Dale's mythology. Dale's mythology. Still deeper into Ringo philosophy. That of Clydesdale's mythology. Mythology. Dale's mythology. Dale's mythology. It's easy to still deeper into Ringo philosophy. That of Clydesdale's myth. Still Dale's myth. beyond that of clouds, tales, mythology. It's easy to miss. It's easy to
Mantra Sigma, hey.
still deeper into rainbow philosophy, far beyond that of clouds, tales, mythology. It's easy to misjudge that floating city with its alluring decor and social psychology, but with all great things, all great things comes a great responsibility. All great, still deeper into rainbow philosophy, far beyond that of clouds, tales, mythology. It's easy to misjudge that floating city with its alluring decor, alluring decor. Psychology, but with all great things comes a great responsibility. That of Clydesdale's being weather stability. How, you ask, are they up to the task? To which the answer is in a simple facility. In the Rainbow Factory. Still deeper into rainbow philosophy, far beyond that of Cloud. Still deeper into rainbow philosophy. Still deeper into rainbow.
I think it'd be funny to have a Casio drum kit on this. What would that be like?
But still be
Mantra, maybe? I'm gonna lay it out first to see what it even sounds like. I know that these hi-hats don't tune particularly well, though. Well, I guess it doesn't need it either.
still be the interringo philosophy. Still be the interringo philosophy. Still ringo philosophy. Still be the interringo philosophy. Beyond the battle cause tales mythology. Beyond the battle. Beyond the battle cause still be the interringo philosophy. Beyond the battle cause tales mythology.
Does it even need transposing? Where is that? Controls? That sounds just off. Now I think it'd be funny to add like think style hi-hats. I think just Norman Cook had a something in like that.
All great things come to great responsibility. Out of Clydesdale's beam weather stability.
I think I'm running out of sonic space to work with. It's not going to stop me from adding things, I'm just noting that I'm running out.
All great things come to great responsibility. Out of Clydesdale's beam weather stability. How, you ask, are they up to the task? To which the answer isn't a simple facility. Still deeper into real philosophy. All great things come to great responsibility. Out of Clydesdale's beam weather stability. How, you ask, are they up to the task? To which the answer isn't a simple facility.
Yeah, I kind of really like it actually. I think there's a drop after this. Yeah.
Rainbow.
That's not right. 54, okay. Where did my vocals go? Oh, it was on the reference. Okay.
In the rainbow factory, where your dreams and hearts come true. In the rainbow factory, where your dreams and hearts come.
That was the drop that I have written beforehand. Ew.
Still deeper into rainbow philosophy, far beyond that of cars, tales, mythology. It's easy to misjudge that floating city with its alluring decor and social psychology. But with all great things comes a great responsibility. That of clouds, tales, being with us. All great things comes a great responsibility. That of clouds, tales, being with us, stability. How, you ask, are they up to the task? The essays in a simple facility.
What? Oh.
Simple. Still deeper into rainbow philosophy, far beyond that of cars, tales, mythology. It's easy to misjudge that floating city with its alluring decor and social psychology. But with all great things comes a great responsibility. That of clouds, tales, being weather stability. How, you ask, are they up to the task? To which the answer is in a simple facility.
Yeah, having this like a swingy, thinky, loungish beat is way funnier than just the dubstep, whatever this is. Let's see if I can layer that a little bit. Get something like that going on. Clipboard. Okay. Alright, I'm about tired of hearing that for now. Let's switch to something else. Yeah, I need to switch the stream thing as well. Just in case anybody wants to join the voice chat, you know. Wait a second. Does that thing where it's like off by a 30% or something? What am I supposed to do with this?
Yo.
Hey, what's up?
Not much. Just hanging out. What do you mean by off by a little bit? Is it the tuning thing?
Not the tuning, but the tempo. Like if you look here, I've got a row of I've got 8 rows, but if you listen to the actual patch, it has like 6 quarter notes or something. Even that, it's like not quite 6.
What does the tempo say for the thing?
I don't know where to find that. Let's see.
Under samples, it might be listed as a BPM in there.
Oh, you mean like in the mod plug settings?
No, in the sample title.
Oh no, it adjusts to the BPM from the host.
Oh, it does. It does. Okay. Accurate BPM is 6 ticks per row. So if you do multiples of 6.
Even that seems off by just slightly.
Yeah, it's just a hair.
Hey, it's more accurate that way. And the inaccurate tempo settings. Oh crap.
Whoa.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That is strange.
Yeah, that's still 3 though. Output 3, 4. Oh, that's the gain thing. I mean, I guess you could just say it's.
Can you go back to WaveStation real quick?
Or
it's
yeah,
a VST, right?
Yeah, it's a VST. I just don't know if you can actually see it from Discord.
I cannot. Is it already on top of the screen?
Yeah.
Ah, okay, yeah, I definitely can't see it.
Yeah, I think Discord has a thing where it like grabs the audio from one specific program, which is kind of nice, but it means you can only see the main window.
I'm just glad they got capture working for OpenMPT finally.
I've never tried it before now, so I didn't know it was not working.
Yeah, it was either not properly capturing audio, or like if you were clicking into the program and then mousing over like one of the buttons, like the play button, and held it there for too long, it would zoom in immediately on like the tooltip that pops up.
Ah. I think I fixed the tempo thing. Almost.
Ah, almost. Oh, wow.
All right, we just need to pretend that it's 11 rows per beat. It's not going to play nice with anything else. I just know it. But I guess we can work with this. What did I want to do here anyway? Ew, the alignment's way off too. See these like
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now it's feeling like the tempo's a little fast.
Yeah. Might be better to just not deal with this. Do you know if there's a way to auto make the offset things on the sample? Like, hold on.
Offset? OXY or OXX?
Is that the sample queue?
It's S. So if you move your cursor farther to right, you can see the commands down in the bottom right hand corner of like what you need to get to that point. So if you move your cursor over far to the right, like super far to the right, SA1, it's
yeah, this thing down
SAX.
here.
Yeah. That's the offset for getting that far.
My question was, is there a way to automatically fill out the sample queues? These things.
Oh, I don't think so.
Well, darn.
You should join the Sex Modit Mania Discord and ask Saga that.
I'm also using an old version of ModPlug, so it might be a new feature or something. So I don't want to jump that far just yet. Connor, yeah, I kind of wanted to keep the just the window though. The more important thing is that people in the call should be able to hear what I'm doing. I don't think seeing is quite as important. As for the Halo 2 vibes, that's just the magic of these Rompler type synths. I'm gonna just completely trash this and do some other stupid airy thing. The wave station. The very first preset is also tempo wonky. Yeah, that's kind of just a funky chord, huh? Maybe too wide.
BDC might work.
Hey Sid, again. Oh yeah, I forgot, these headphones suck, so I don't hear any bass whatsoever. I'll just assume it's there.
It's a pretty beefy bass drum.
Yeah, it just sounds better as 4. Although I want this delayed a little. Sid, yeah, I've been like really into like romplers and whatever you would call the Korg wave station. There's a really, really fun sound to it.
Wavetable synth.
Yeah. Alright, I'm just gonna assume that's enough bass. Oh, that was sour. Now let's just do harmonics. What intervals are really just mushishi, aren't they? That's it. That's the mushishi chord.
And it sounds so good.
Yeah. Not even sure what it is. C sus 2. What is A? 6?
Yeah.
Oh, hey,
Hey,
Sid.
Sid.
Needs more layers. I love this JV synth. I use it a lot. I should probably be using 64-bit mod plug, but oh well.
Are you thinking tonal layers or percussive layers?
I want to layer the chords here, the M1. Copycat, yeah, the Super JV synth is really, really good. It's very 90s. Let's get some channels over here and just put the layers together. Might be too slow.
I think it should be fine as long as the release is quick.
Well, that's the problem. The release is not quick. Mostly, I think the attack is too quick. Oh, there that one goes. Got that sparkly release.
That's nice.
Analog drama. Oh, I see. When you want to let the note release while you go to get a cup of coffee or something. I'll just give it some space. That should be enough, maybe. Now I'm bothered by this low pass here. You. I'll drop it another octave. Is that too much?
I feel like the attack on instrument 1's starting to sound a bit muddy with everything coming together.
Sid, what do you mean? You should be able to hear the music on the Discord. Also, sorry, Mantra, what'd you just say?
Oh, that the attack on instrument 1 is starting to sound muddy with everything coming together. That's just the nature of a really breathy bell.
I wonder if I should change it then. Seems like it could be more subdued, but I think an EQ might be enough.
Yeah.
This is how we do routing in ModPlug, by the way.
Oh,
very
there's
stupidly.
some equalizer. Oh yeah, that's better.
Sid, yeah, I'm not sure what the issue is. Maybe you blocked the stream because it is technically a video stream. But I don't know how to work anything on Discord mobile, so good luck. Now I want some sort of like a different thing to fill in like a rhythmic gap, I guess, around here. Bells. We're doing bells.
Bells? Yeah. I was thinking like a triangle.
Okay, I didn't think I was doing that.
Oh, hey, Sid. Yeah, I saw you had some sort of actual video stream on your end as well, which, I mean, you can do that. I don't think it'll end up on my side like on the thing that's going to YouTube.
Yeah. Yeah, I just. Oh, there we go. I think now.
I can hear you barely,
That's
but
kind of.
yeah.
Okay. See.
Oh, sorry.
Don't mind me. Oh, I'm just trying to figure out the mobile Discord stuff. Oh, shut up. It's your birthday.
Yes. I can still barely hear you though, so if you could figure out how to boost your own audio, that'd be helpful. Now I can't hear instrument number 5 at all. Let's see. Up it goes. Some of these are just kind of quiet.
Oh, there we go.
What's up?
Oh, I heard it come through just now. Instrument 5.
Yeah. Now I don't know what I want to do with this.
It's always like 2 or 4 patterns, and then all of a sudden you're just like, ah.
Yeah, did you look at my interview with Neil Biggin?
No, I didn't. Do you have a link to that anywhere?
Let me pull it up real quick. I don't think I have an actual chat room for the stream. Is that like a thing?
It's like a voice text.
Like, I mean, is there a way to put a message in the voice channel, stream channel?
In Discord, I don't think so. I think you have to have like an actual dedicated voice text somewhere.
Oh, well, I'm just gonna leak it in the general chat then.
Cool.
All right, it's in general, but it's also a 3-hour video.
Oh,
So I mean, next time you got a while to kill, or it's divided into sections, so you could probably watch it over the next week or two or something. But yeah, something you mentioned was that sort of ethos of it's those first 8 bars of music that are the most fun and exciting. After that, it's like work to get it full song out of it. Yeah, it was pretty fun talking to Neil, actually. I invited him to join this stream, but I don't know if he will. Guess we'll see.
that turned into PSO2.
I'm actually not familiar enough. I just thought it'd be funny to add a banjo.
Oh, I was talking about like the pad chords.
Oh yeah,
Um,
Sid. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I guess you could just pick one.
it's not bad. I really like the banjos.
Yes, that's all right. It's up to you. I just appreciate you dropping by, really. Yeah, this song was So recently I got a Windows 98 PC up and running, and it has like an ad-lib card and also I forgot the specific name, but it's a Yamaha synth, like XG or something like that. So it's really fun to play with MIDI stuff on that, but it's not fun to compose on a Windows 98 machine. I've been wanting to like make some sort of MIDI stuff that I can port over there and play with. So that's what this is about.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure you recognize that it was all MIDI patches.
Good old MIDI patches.
Some of them are fun. Why are my guitars so quiet? What? Did something crash? Yes.
Rest in peace.
All 0 of my changes will be lost now. Eventually.
If it was version 1.16, it might be more serious than that, but you know.
1.16.
Yeah, modplug tracker 1.16. I started out with that one. If that program crashes while you're working on something, you might corrupt the entire file.
I wonder if that's what happened to me like in 2009 or something. So I've only lost like one project file entirely. And it's like I was trying to save it and it just started hanging.
Yep, If the file goes over a certain size, like the project file, it'll just start hanging every time you like Control S. It was really annoying. They didn't fix that until like 1.17, 1.18, when Saga really took the reins.
Because I remember also trying to recover the data that did save, because there was some data in there, but it was all like the instrument data and not the pattern data, which is a bit more important. How did the stream go? Yeah, it crashed. Okay. What else do I want to do? I messed around with the other thing. Well, screen share. There we go. This one is the I have a sample randomizer that'll like go through my sample library and just grab a set number and throw it in a folder and say, work with this. And here's what I ended up putting together. Yeah, I said that's pretty funny, but I guess I didn't notice. Although, I don't know, it was a bit confusing what was going on in the first place. I don't know if I could blame it entirely on the temporal mismanagement there.
Still sounded pretty sick.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how this one came out. The little orchid thing at the intro was stuck in my head while I was eating supper earlier. Sid, yeah, you were. That's what I was trying to say. Pax randomizer, let's do a second roll. Wow, I
This
can't hear that.
collection's very industrial.
Yeah, I tried to mostly focus on the distorted reality and some other somewhat industrial sample pack from the 90s. And clear out a bunch of the more modern folders that I had. There's going to be a bit of an industrial slant to it. That's a familiar snare, but I can't place where from. This sounds really bassy to my headphones, but it doesn't look particularly bassy.
It's bassy. It's relatively bassy. You could put a sub under it, so it's like middle bass.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is like as best my headphones can get. Like I would expect to take these off and hear the sub, but I know it's not there. I can see the missing sub.
That's sex.
Yes. Yeah, let's put it in there, sure. See what we can do with that.
God.
Um. Love the attack on this clap. All right. All right.
Go! Go! Let's go! Go!
Wait, that jungle chord.
Which one?
Jungle chord L. That was used in Star Fox 64.
Yeah, I believe it. I think it's from Distorted Reality, judging by the file name convention there, the R and L.
Okay, you don't have to add it as just like, that's not familiar.
Yep, that's probably going to happen. Girlfriend's super into Spyro, and just going through the sample pack, she's like, hey, I recognize that one from this song. The other, nonstop.
Yeah.
Cool.
Bring the bass back. Bring the beat back. Bring the bass back. Bring the beat back. Bring the bass back.
A hypnotic sound. The world of vision. It's not a game.
I love it to the bone.
That's just Daft Punk, isn't it?
I've never heard a Daft Punk song using this specific loop, but it does sound familiar.
Oh, hey, Neil. Could you, or are you willing to hop into the voice chat? think it was the second link that I sent you.
Open your eyes, make the most. Hear what I'm
Bass mechanic bass.
Oh!
All right. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna turn this down a bit for myself. Hey Neil,
Hey, how are you?
doing all right.
Good.
Making some silly music. Should be able to hear it from here as well.
Yeah, I can. So can I flip over to the YouTube and watch that and still be talking?
You can, but there's gonna be a minor delay.
I
And
see.
you'll want to mute the YouTube as well, because otherwise you'll hear yourself talking on delay.
Okay, Luke. Okay.
But you can do that.
Go! Let's go!
I think I aligned this improperly. No, okay, we're fine. I thought I had something else stuck out here. Yeah, Neil, we were actually talking just a bit earlier. I've made like 3 8-bar loops today. I just don't know what to go beyond those 8 bars. Just sort of get the idea out and that's it. I want to use the stupid sax riff, but I just don't know how to approach it.
Stretch and reverb.
Well, it's more like getting it aligned to some sort of beat. Yeah, there you go. That's something.
I got some kind of audio issue over here, ironically.
Yeah, what's going on?
I can't hear anything. I'm just going to reboot my phone. I'll come back.
All right. Might be a blessing in this particular case, but you know. Save this as a separate thing. had almond break somewhere. Let's see. I know I've rolled one in the first batch. Actually, let's go with that. Just make the least listenable music we can tonight. It's got a nice counter rhythm to it, I think, actually. Yeah, that's now I just gotta copy and paste and up this by a semitone and... Oh, hey Neil, you back?
Yeah, I don't know what's happening. It's extremely quiet listening to you. I can barely hear anything. I can't work it out. I'll try and play while you carry on.
Alright. Well, actually, can you hear my voice clearly?
I can hear it, but extremely quiet and my phone volume's on full.
I feel like I had that same problem the first time we chatted as well.
I did. I don't understand what it was.
We eventually solved it, so...
I'll work it out.
Alright. Wow, this is stupid.
Got it.
Got it?
Yeah.
What was the issue?
Something pops up and says watch stream, but I didn't see that. And then all of a sudden it popped up, it said watch stream. I clicked it. And I'm not used to this Discord software, obviously. And then there it is in the middle of the screen, but I don't know how I found that.
Yeah, I have
We're good.
no idea. I only use the computer side, what do you call it? Desktop client.
I see. So you're making 8-bar loops?
Something like that. This one's kind of an odd case. It's I made a little program that'll like take every single sample I have in my library, shuffle it around, and then spit out 100 random samples.
Oh man.
So that's what this folder is here, and I'm trying to make something out of that. So I'm gonna go ahead and play what I've got.
That's fantastic.
Thank you.
I need marijuana though.
Yeah, I've got a few synths in here as well, though, like the brass and whatever this FM thing is.
That's really nice. That sounds like almost sounds like a reverse symbol, doesn't it? I like that.
Yeah.
So you triggered all these sounds. Have you ordered them and structured them in some way after the fact?
Yeah, they're all chopped to pieces and stuff. I think.
Yeah.
Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
I see.
Like this is from a Skrillex stems. I just found a few little notes that I liked.
Yeah.
Just kind of isolate them, change the pitch.
Yeah.
I don't really like piano rolls, so a lot of this stuff is just samples that I changed the like transposed and put on the timeline.
I see. Yeah.
But in some cases, I think it's a little easier to just write a chord on a piano roll. So I've got a little bit of that in here as well.
Yeah.
But it's not uncommon to find just entire synth solos that just look like chopped up samples.
Yeah. This is a really fun idea.
It is, but I'm also not sure where else to take it.
Are they all license-free samples?
I don't know. I know that I specifically looked for some 90s sample packs like Spectrasonic's Distorted Reality. And,
oh yeah, that was.
Yeah, that was really good. Very popular back in the day. And
Yeah, I think I have.
I forgot who did it, but I think Zero G Data File 1.
I loved Zero. I wonder if they're still going. I have so many of their CDs.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I know that Data File 1 is like one of their earliest and most popular.
Right.
So I like to take from that.
The Zero G Ambient. It's like a purpley blue cover. That's my favorite sample CD of all time. I absolutely love that.
I don't think I have that. In fact, I think I only have Data File 1.
I wonder if I can. I don't know if you can copy them. I can't imagine they're still for sale these days.
Yeah, I got these from archive.org.
Oh, right. Yeah, the Zero G made some incredible stuff. So much of my Gremlin stuff comes from those CDs.
Yeah, there's some nerds out there too that are trying to like figure out where you get all those samples too.
Yeah.
Have you seen that spreadsheet? It's like trying to track down where each and every sound from a bunch of these game soundtracks came from.
No, I haven't seen that at all. That's hilarious. So have they done it with my songs?
I don't think so. It's mostly like, Mario and Zelda and stuff like that.
Oh,
but
yeah.
There's a few others, a few Western developers in there as well. I'd have to actually look at it and see.
That's fantastic.
I think I want to show off my the other thing I did. Because this is like the third idea from today.
Oh yeah.
Let me hide my
Did you have cake?
Yeah, I actually had that got it a few days ago when I visited my parents' house.
Cool.
Although it didn't really survive the trip, so it's like slanted now. And structurally unstable, but still tastes good.
Fair enough.
It just crumbles when you touch it,
Yeah.
Alright, main monitor, let me change window.
What's the software you're using here?
That was Ableton Live. We're switching now to Open Modplug Tracker, which is more of the thing I do when I want melodic ideas. Like, since you mentioned it, I thought it'd be fun to write some sort of MIDI thing. This is what I came up with. Were you about to say something?
Oh, that looks like, was it a really early version of Ableton or a really simple version?
No, this, well, it's a slightly old because I still want 32-bit VSTs.
Right, okay.
And, yeah, version 9. I think they're up to version 11 now, but I'm stuck with 9 because I want my 32 bits.
Yeah, fair enough.
This one, though, I don't remember the version, but it was released like this year. It's just an old style of making music.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna play this real quick. It's this silly random MIDI style song that I put together just for fun.
Cool. That's really cool.
Yeah, I'm not entirely happy with it, but I also think there's some really fun ideas in there. Came out
Did you
kind of
generate that arpeggiator kind of thing, or did you play it?
generate, I guess you could say.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Like it's a tracker, so you know how those
Yeah.
work.
Yeah. So I really like is it an organ sound you've got playing at the beginning, the dominant sound in the first few bars?
Yeah,
I really like that sound. That sounds great.
it's a Sound Canvas SC55.
Of course it is. Is it really?
Yeah,
That's hilarious.
that was the entire idea, to try to make something that sounds good from it.
Wow. So that entire piece is from the sound canvas.
Yep.
Wow.
Like
Well, it just shows you it's possible.
Yeah, the one that comes with Windows, because there's actually a fancier one that sounds slightly better if you have the actual hardware.
Yeah.
I've got an emulated version of that for the drums, actually, I think. Where was that? Here.
Oh, I recognize those.
You can hear the reverb on it. It's a little bit better.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you can't actually see the window, though, unless you're looking on YouTube.
Yeah. No, I'm not. I'm looking on the Discord.
It sounds more important anyway.
I'm getting some kind of PTSD from listening to that.
Yeah, I actually recently got a Windows 98 computer set up in my house. And it has it's not the sound canvas, it's like a Yamaha thing. So it sounds slightly better, but it also has the like FM one, and it's a unique brand of not good sound.
Yeah, fair enough.
I've been having fun playing with that.
What was that called? A QS1 or something? What was that called? I can't remember.
I do not remember. XG something or another. Or GX?
Yeah, that it must be a organ sound or whatever. That is exactly the same thing I used in Desert Strike. I recognize it. I knew it from somewhere. That. Listen to that. Oh God, I've used sound. Oh my God. And have you got it playing monophonic there?
No.
Oh yeah, there you go. Does it give you control over ADSR and things like that?
That's a tricky thing. You can do it in ModPlug.
Yeah.
Like, let's see if I can clone this. Duplicate instrument. So what I have here is a volume envelope.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's really tight.
Yeah. Oh.
So I can like really draw my own little points here.
Oh well, now you've got it sounding like a real instrument there.
Sort of.
That's 1,000 times better, though. It's much more creative than a simple. Oh, you can be so creative with that. What about? Do you know a band called? Oh, what was that song called? Do you know about that trick with gating a guitar sample? So if you have a guitar sample, let's say for a one bar note, so you're playing it, let's say 4 bars, and each bar is a different chord. So you just hold the chord down for a whole bar, the chord sample, and then you gate it, and you can gate it in a rhythm, but it maintains the sample length, the sample playing from the start to the finish of the bar, but it's kind of chopping it in the middle. So you've got the morphing of the guitar chord to keep that natural, and then this gating effect. So it's a really clever way of kind of going, that kind of effect.
Yeah, that's
And
something you can do. Let me make
that'd
that
be
real
cool
quick.
on that sound. That'd be innovative use of that sound, because now you've got the ability to change it like that.
Yeah, trackers, at least on the PC scene, have there's this trick you can do where you take the volume envelope and you like
Yeah.
you can do stuff
Is
like
that
that.
re-triggering, or is it gating the
You just
envelope?
you loop the envelope, but then you can make the loop like really short.
I see. Interesting.
Let me see. Where's the fade out? Oh my god, it's doing something I'm not used to here. Here we go. No? Let me get a new sample. Where would I get a new sample? Oh my god, I'm just gonna generate one. Let's get a nice saw wave. Slow decay. Render to sample slot. Should be here. Yeah, there we go. There we go. No extra settings, just what I'm used to.
Yeah.
Is the no new note off?
No, on and off.
Sorry?
Is it? Are you doing note off and note on?
There's this thing where you can change what happens when there's two notes in the same channel to make it like fade out instead of cut off or gate.
I see. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, yeah.
But it's by default it's set to just cut it off. So it's like monophonic every channel. And I
Yeah.
just turn that off. So you can get this sort of sound.
Well, that's nice. Oh, you can be really creative with that. That's fantastic.
Yeah, it's a fun like classic technique with the PC scene, especially when like IDM was taking off. It's that really cool like floaty sound.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Who knew the sound canvas could sound like that?
Well, we're well beyond the sound canvas at this point. It's kind of what I wanted to say earlier is that you can like make like crazy envelopes like that in ModPlug, but I don't think you can export that to the sound canvas.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's see, where did I put that other one? Oh right, it crashed, so I'll have to reopen it here. Yeah, this one was playing.
So you do?
Sorry?
You do this every birthday? Do you have a few people come on throughout the day?
Yeah, I'll just have a stream going and then invite anybody who's available at the time.
Yeah.
It's usually pretty laid back though. Only a few people today.
It's a fun thing though. I like it.
Yeah, it's very fun, and I also like having like this. How would you describe it? A lineage, I guess, of songs I made on my birthday every year.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
I like get to see my own growth.
Yeah.
Although it's kind of I kind of do that already. Like that mix that I made for you, I do that
Yeah.
for myself every year, just to like show the music I made during that year. I think I sent you that as well.
That's really cool.
So like
Do you know about cut up in lyrics? Do you remember? Do you know about that form of writing lyrics where you might write a poem and then you cut up your poem into individual words and make lyrics out of it?
that sounds familiar, but I can't place where I might have heard it.
I think it was called Cut Up, and I think it started. I don't think it was Warhol related, but I think it might be a New York thing. And then a lot of musicians over the years have used that style to write lyrics, and I think it's interesting that musicians are starting to do that with music as well. It was quite a few musicians have done it over the years, where they'll write a piece and then cut up their own piece and put it back together again in a completely different context. I like that, and that's what your sample thing sounded like.
Oh yeah, I've kind of done that a few times as well. There's one song in particular, and I want to go find it. I don't remember what it was called off the top of my head though.
I like those creative innovations, though. It's really, if you look at painting or anything, every art has that kind of different ways to be creative. You know, you're bored one day, so you throw paint in the air and see what lands. You know.
Yeah.
And I
man.
like that with audio.
I think the funniest thing I've did was Modplug Tracker has a very tight format. Like the module format, every single byte could mean something, whether it's like a note or an instrument or a command or whatever, or like
Right.
vibrato. So one day I realized that you could like drag in spreadsheets or just random files, and it'll think,
Yeah.
oh, that's a song, and then you could play that. So I actually released an album of just like spreadsheets and programs and random stuff that I threw into Modplug.
That's wild.
And turned into some sort of found music, I guess.
That's really cool.
It's really fun, but also not something I'd recommend listening to for very long.
I wonder if there's at some point somebody will create something to intelligently put it back. You know, like you'll get in Photoshop, you might have a Gaussian blur or something to kind of blend things together in a certain way. So I wonder if you could, for example, with something like that, have everything put in a certain key, and that might improve it. You know, little tricks like that.
Probably. What comes to mind is Jukebox AI. I think that's just what it was called, Jukebox AI.
All right.
Have you heard of it?
I haven't. I don't think so.
It's just an AI that you can give it lyrics and a style, and it will try to generate what that song would be.
Oh wow.
Or you can also give it like the start of a song and say, this is a song by Michael Jackson. Fill in the rest.
Yeah.
And it'll just try its best. But it's an AI, so it's not perfect at all.
I see. I like screwing with things like that, though. I mean, you've got auto tune out there. There's a million uses for auto tune that haven't been done yet. You know, it's been used on voices, but there's so much potential for that technology.
Yeah.
Other than the awful obvious one.
I don't know, that's kind of fun too.
It can be. Depends if it's used in the hands of the enemy or not.
Makes me want to pull up all these old songs I've made, but I don't remember the file names at all. I'm really bad about that.
Yeah, me too.
Well, it's worse because I'll just type in some like random series of characters. I guess you can't really see it, but we've got stuff like Light Beam, literally 404, Metal Splat, Ice Kareem. That's the one I'm looking for, actually.
But there must be something that prompted you to cut us. We're back to the file naming conversation. There must be something that prompted you back then to name these things.
Yeah.
There's a metal splat inside it.
Yeah, exactly. But that's not what I'm gonna remember. How many years later?
5 years from now. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
This one's from 5 years ago.
That's fantastic.
Thank
I
you.
really like that piece.
Really nicely done.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah, I did that for OHC 5 years ago, apparently. So you might have even been there, Mandra.
For the sauce?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
413.
413?
Yeah.
I might not have been there for that one.
Oh. Written in 54 minutes, 15 seconds.
No way, really? I
Yeah.
like that you've got that information there.
Yeah, can you see the edit history when I pull that up?
Let's have a look.
Actually, I don't remember if you can see anything.
I can't.
Oh. Yeah, Mod Plug has this cool thing where it tells you exactly how long you've worked on a song and how many sessions it took you.
That's fantastic.
It's really fun to look at those sometimes. Seems like I usually spend about 7 hours on a song if it's not for something like this. Now I'm trying to think, because I took that song and just chopped it to pieces. But I do not remember when that was.
You see, somebody else could chop that up and make it into a nice break for a hip hop track, easily. It's got a great vibe.
No, that's not it. I'm just gonna keep going through my own collection. Because most of these are numbered because I did this thing every week.
What would that style be called?
This one?
Yeah.
I don't know. I probably just...
I really like that track. I could hear that again. It's great.
I probably just followed under PC Music.
Yeah.
Like the label, if you're familiar with that one at all.
No.
It's a really good, very modern label. Oh, hey, Zovi. Thank you. Was it this one? 519. We're just going on a little adventure real quick. G stuff Ableton projects 419. Zovi, hey.
Hey, yeah.
I'm trying to think, is this the first time you entered voice chat? No, it wouldn't have, oh, with me in the same room anyway. Hold on, switching over. Change window. Back to Ableton. So yeah, I wrote that track in Modplug, and then yeah, I chopped it up here. Pretty much unrecognizable, but it's the basis for this track.
Yeah.
Let me just play this. Where would the start be? Yeah.
That's really cool.
Yeah, I don't remember why I even went with my own song as the chops for that, but it sort of stuck with me, I guess.
Yeah.
The what is this? What am I even doing here? Vocoder. From 3. Okay, yeah, so it's taking the tonality from my song and running it through this weird drippy thing.
Yeah, I like that.
So on its own. That's less flattering, but it's good for a vocoder. Anyway, I wanted to share the third idea from earlier today. I think I want to work on it a bit more, maybe. Let's see. Changing windows again. Change window. Mod plug. I don't think that's 8 bars even. Maybe 4.
Every once in a while, your stuff has elements of Roxy Music and Japan to me.
What was that first one?
Roxy Music. Do you remember them? Do you have any of that stuff?
I guess not.
He was, it was a really cool big band like Blondie were in the 70s, and the keyboard player had a great reputation. He still does, of being really innovative, a bit like the Doors, a little like he introduced new sounds and new ways of playing keyboards in pop music. And your stuff every once in a while. So, like I say before, it might be a shared influence, and Japan is they were influenced by Roxy Music. But every once in a while, there's something of phrasing or something that reminds me of that style of music.
Yeah, Sid says he agrees, but it's beyond my familiarity.
Yeah.
Avalon? Do you know what Sid's talking about there?
Yeah, that's a Roxy Music song, yeah.
Yeah. Now I'll have to check it out. But first I want to play with maybe a sax solo or something. I kind of like messing
Oh,
with those.
I see somebody says Zero G are now selling the ambient CD again.
Huh.
It's actually part of a bigger collection. But yeah.
Oh, like grouped some together.
Yeah.
That's cool. I probably used almost every single sample from that on a game. You know, in different ways, chopping them up, reversing them, different uses. But it was an amazing source.
Just noticed that's the same bass sound as Ski Jam.
That's the sound of a mouse coming out of its hole.
I have no idea what you're referring to.
Just picture a cartoon mouse who's popping his head out. You know, before they could put speech in things, and it was just they just did sound effects and sound.
Oh right. Just
so
random.
They would do just like they do themes in the movies. You know, like they'll have Bodhi's theme, and every time Bodhi comes into the movie, they'll play a little piece of of his kind of. They do a whole tranche of music with the same theme for each character in some movies. They used to do the same in cartoons back in the day. They'd have a little, you know, kind of thing when a certain animal appeared.
Yes,
Or
I know what you mean now.
yeah,
It's just me playing random notes while I look for presets. Let's see. Let's get rid of the sitar. No, that's not good. Oh, no, we're fine. All right. Huh. I'm going at a lower tempo than I'm used to, so some of my tricks don't quite sound right.
you're writing music in front of other people. That's like being naked.
Yeah, it's a bit of that. I like what you said about imposter syndrome when I went during our interview.
Yeah,
They're like, they're gonna figure out. Oh, we figured you out. You're actually no good at music. Time to turn in your card.
exactly.
But I like to think of it more like showing how the sausage is made.
Yeah,
Like at worst, anyway. I think it's also kind of fun, especially when I'm just making really silly stuff. Right now, I'm
it
in
definitely is.
more of a chill mood though, so we're getting sax solo instead. Hmm. You feel disillusioned yet?
And how are you putting the notes in, with a mother keyboard or with your computer keyboard?
Yeah, a QWERTY keyboard.
Right. Wow. Really is just like the old tracker.
Yep. Feels like entering music into a spreadsheet in a way.
Yeah. But I mean, it's still not. It's not soulless because you're creating the sound, which is just so chock full of soul. So I remember somebody asked Phil Oakey, the singer from the Human League, at one point they were trying to diminish what they were doing in every interview. So they thought that the Human League were the enemy, and they were creating this awful computer music. And so I remember every interview it was kind of, so do you think it's right for computers to be making the songs and you singing on top of them? And he said a computer never had an idea. I mean, they probably do today, but they didn't back then. A computer never had an idea. These ideas all come from humans, and we have to put the song into the computer. The computer doesn't write it. That's changed for sure, because that can happen now. You can, as you just said, there's plenty of AI out there to do it. But he used to have to argue every single time. The ideas come from humans. And like, even if you generated a bunch of this with a spreadsheet that you threw in, you're still making sense of it and making a creation out of it after the fact. You can't just say. It's surprising that AI is around that can make a song like that. Even though we're in 2021, it still surprises me.
Yeah, but now that you mention it, it's kind of apt that this feels a bit like entering data into a spreadsheet.
Yeah.
You're telling the computer what to make. It's still your human data, so to speak.
Yeah, absolutely. You are composing. I mean, it's no different than Beethoven writing with a pencil on a piece of paper.
I'd say it's a little more convenient because I can hear the notes as I enter them.
Oh, 1,000 times more convenient, yeah. But it's still, there was nothing musical about that interaction between his pencil and paper. But nobody said, oh, the pencil and paper's writing your song for you.
I'm wondering what that would even look like. Solve
I wonder
Sudoku
if
and get music.
Beethoven got grief for copying, or I wonder if they thought he was a plagiarist at the time. I wonder what kind of grief he got, because everybody gets some kind of grief in their own era. Rothko or Warhol. Everybody that's Banksy, everybody that's a genius in their own time is criticized. I wonder if Beethoven and those people did. I'm sure they did.
They did. I just can't tell you what it was.
Yeah.
Writing music for these newfangled harpsichords or something.
Yeah.
Only real music uses the hurdy-gurdy, I don't know.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Come to think about it, I don't think equal temperament was even a thing by then, so that sounds like something contentious.
Yeah, I wonder.
Actually, that sounds like fun. Some sort of macrotonal stuff I could do today. Maybe next. Oh, that sounded bad.
Do you find it soothing to write like this instead of the typical way through a a usual sequencer?
What would a usual sequencer be? Like a piano roll?
Yeah.
Yeah, I find piano rolls annoying. I got my
It's really
start
interesting.
writing music with trackers like this, and just it feels comfortable.
That's fascinating. All right. So all the pitch bend and modulation we hear in your music, it's all put in through this system like this?
Unless it's a rare case I was actually using the pitch bend in Ableton.
Right.
Which I think I actually did on the brass on the thing I did today. But that is rare.
Yeah. That's incredible.
Like actually, I think I can pull up the songs that from my last album. Again, remembering the titles is going to be a challenge, but
yeah. Do you put them all under album titles or in certain folders for that's that project? Do you give them all a photograph?
No, it's basically organized into Ableton projects and stuff, and that's it.
Right.
I did recently divide the stuff folder because I had over a decade's worth of stuff. Decided it's probably too much. Bobo Sasa, that's probably it, right? Loading. Yeah, that was it. All right. Yeah, this thing. All the pitch bend and stuff is just me typing in these extra, like F and E and H, I think is the other one. Little effects. It feels more reverb heavy than I remember it. Whatever.
It's a reverb on top of it, or did you build it in?
I think it's just part of the patch.
Right. Part of that sax patch.
Yeah. Whoops. Yeah, it says it has more reverb than dry. More wet than dry.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was like that before, but it's whatever. Actually, if you wanted to explore any of the other songs from that album, I can pull them up. Sorry? Oh, just shuffling? Now I'm trying to decide if you know that you muted yourself.
Yes, I did. I was making noise, so I decided to mute myself.
Yeah, okay.
I'm new to this software, though. I don't know what the hell I'm doing.
Just making sure, you know. Yeah, I don't know what I want to do with this anymore either. Though to be fair, it's like past midnight for me, so kind of like a little tired. Might just dink around instead of doing anything serious.
The steel drums sound good.
Oh yeah, this is another set of drums I got from a synth, JV 1080 SRX dance tracks. I think it's an expansion. I was particularly happy with how the steel drum on this sounded. Wanted to make a new section here because the original one's just kind of clunky. Whoops. Okay. Sid, do you know where this song is from by any chance?
It's familiar. The rhythm's familiar. I don't know where it's from though. Is it a cover?
Yeah, it's a cover slash remix of a. For some reason, somebody made a weird porn game on the Super Nintendo in like Japan. It's like a bootleg thing.
Oh yeah.
And for some reason, the music is just really, really good. So I thought it'd be fun to make like a house-ish version of it.
I wouldn't expect you, having all the music I've heard from you, I wouldn't expect you to make something that sounded like this.
Oh yeah, I've made a lot of crazy, wilder sounds.
Yeah. This sounds like a theme tune to a soccer game.
Yeah, not quite soccer. But yeah, I do
It's
see what you
got
mean.
that kind of that bouncing chord thing. It's very English style, ironically, because you're covering a Japanese thing. It's funny. I watch a lot of anime, and there's so much bad stuff. But even the bad stuff, some of it has great tunes on it. So I'll end up watching season after season of things I don't really enjoy because the music's amazing.
Yeah, sometimes my favorite thing from an anime will be the soundtrack. Like
Yeah,
Hellsing comes to mind. I think it was Hellsing. One of those vampire
I
fighting
like.
animes.
Oh yeah, I like Pop Team Epic.
Oh yeah,
Have you seen it?
yeah, that's pretty funny.
This and that's there's some stuff like yours in there as well. There's a lot of weird cut up stuff with jazzy elements in there.
I can't remember the music off the top of my head though, but it's been a while since I've seen it also.
Unbelievably, they've put it on Netflix up here in Canada. I don't know if it is in the States,
Yeah,
but
it was
of
down here
all the
too.
yeah, it's really cool. Can't believe it's on there.
Yeah, they got some good anime on Netflix.
Yeah, I'm impressed.
It's not my usual go-to source though.
Well, I dropped my subscription to the anime channel. Was it Funimation? I think I was subscribing to. And ended up just sticking with the stuff on Netflix for now.
Sid, yeah, the intro to that was so good. Every time I watch the intro, the animation in particular really gets to me because they have a way of really conveying just a lot of energy. I don't really know how to describe it because animation's not my thing, but I see it and I feel it.
Yeah, I get that.
Deep ideas is a funny way about saying anything about Pop Team Epic. Deep
Well,
ideas is what you say to Ghost in the Shell or something.
I can't think of a better way of putting it. It's a really good observation. They do a lot of meta things. Like I remember one of the episodes they cut out, and you can watch the animator animating it. You know, there's bits of like the Simpsons do at some points where the Simpsons popped out into reality and things like that. They do quite a lot of bits like that. And look at those characters; they draw them in different ways every episode.
Yeah.
It's really innovative. It's like a sketch show, as we call it in England, with lots of little skits. And every week something surprising and something different, and those two characters are completely screwed up. It's basically like they're trying a load of exciting ideas and innovations every episode. I hope they carry on. It's a really cool project.
Yeah, I'm not keeping up with, so I couldn't tell you, but something that stuck with me was they had like two people with like these flip books, like notebooks or something.
Right.
And they like sort of like move them around as if though they were animated. And that was so intricate. I'm kind of surprised they managed to pull it off in one take at all.
I can't remember that. I've got to go back and rewatch them all. It's fantastic stuff.
Yeah, same. I'm kind of on an anime rewatching thing, but I'm starting from like 1988 and work my way forward very slowly. I've watched a lot of anime and I feel like I need to watch a lot of it again.
Yeah. I just watched Do Ra Ra Ra. I really enjoyed that one.
Oh yeah.
I watched Freezing.
Sorry?
Freezing for the fan service.
Oh yeah.
But it's actually stunning animation and a great, again, great theme tune, fantastic audio in that entire show, and brilliant ideas. Like it'll pop out and show basically the playing card of each of the characters, and it's just such a cool idea.
Have you seen Mob Psycho?
No, I haven't seen that one.
That is one of the best anime that exists, in my opinion, and the animation is absurdly good. I would recommend that if you're into beautiful animation.
How are you spelling it?
Mob and then Psycho, like
Okay,
Psychokinetic or something.
Cool.
And it's like 100 after that. Beep. Hey. Oh, if you just joining for the to hear what's going on, because you can do that through YouTube if you'd rather. In fact, YouTube might be better if you're not going to talk, because then you can see my entire screen when I pull up a VST or something. Yeah, don't worry, you're fine. Ew. Oh yeah, the other thing like Mob Psycho was One Punch Man, but only the first season.
Yeah, I've seen a little bit of that. Mob Psycho's on Funimation.
Yeah, both the original manga are by the same person, so they have a lot of like heart to it. But the animation, for some reason, is just absurdly high quality for both of them.
Yeah. I love it when the voice casting is... Am I talking too much over your music?
Oh no,
Okay.
the entire point is to have people here and to talk to me.
Cool.
Especially at this point at the night.
What was I going to say? I like when it's really good voice casting and voice directing. I think there's an art to that. And even though I'm listening, I always listen in the original language and with subtitles. I can't stand dubbing. And so, but even when I'm listening in a different language, you can tell when it's a good performance, and of course good casting. And my favorite with that was a anime called Rin. I don't know how you said the rest of her name. Rin of Menemin or something like that. It was a little girl character. Absolutely stunning voice casting and amazing audio. Great sound effects. Everything from footsteps to breathing and just incredible sound. I'll send you a link to that one if I can find it.
Yeah, I can't say I've heard of that one. I can't say I have much of an opinion on the voice casting either. It's never really been an issue for me. I watch it in the original language.
I think sometimes it stands. Maybe it's because I worked in it, but sometimes I find it really jarring, and sometimes you just think, "Oh, bingo!" You know, like the big one-eyed gorilla guy that's there, like the big square-headed bald guy with one eye and a patch over it, and sometimes it's a great voice, and sometimes it's too cliche.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I think that's definitely because you've worked in it. I think your
Yeah,
perception of things will change if you know, like, if it becomes like a profession or something you get really knowledgeable in.
yeah.
Although in my case, it seems to only have opened my appreciation to music the more I learn about music. Like I remember Venetian snares. It was hard for me to get into when I was like first getting into electronic music, but now I'm like, why did I not like this? 15 years ago.
Venetian snares.
Yeah, breakcore guy.
I have to look that up.
I know you've heard of him. You just don't remember it. He did that
Yeah, that might be it.
Hungarian like classical breakcore album with the pigeons.
Oh, I know who that guy is. Yeah.
Yeah, Aaron Funk.
Yeah. There's a song called Chinaski, which is a reference to an author I like, Bukowski.
Yeah, that part I'm not familiar with.
I like all these little references, though. You'll get some, I'll get some, and I like that. It's
Yeah.
like a feeling of belonging to it, right?
Yeah. I feel like my breadth of knowledge is kind of wonky. Oh, whoops. Yeah, that's doing like a semitone thing that I don't quite want. Now it just sounds sharp. See, I had something specific in my head and then I lost it.
Oh, damn. There's a great Manchester steel drum orchestra that go around different festivals and stuff on the back of a truck playing Joy Division songs on steel drums. Pretty cool. Has to be seen to be believed.
Yeah, this entire song sort of evolved from the realization that I am not appreciating steel drum enough. It sort of gets typecast into this like a Caribbean whatever thing, but it's so.
I was just going to say exactly that to you. It's such a typecast sound. It's such, you can only use it in this certain way. Occasionally, yeah, it's a certain specific kind of Caribbean reggae.
Yeah, but it turns out that you can do so much more with it. That's kind of what I'm exploring here. Why does that sound so sharp and when I play it, but so perfect in my head? Oh. Well, it was easy. Alright. Now we need to adjust these chords, though. What do we got? Actually, we might be able to just switch this to major. Yeah, that sounds good. I think I'm happy with that. Why did that not sound right? Oh. I just need a little drum roll or something. Let's see. Where's my drums? Madison, thanks.
The track I was talking about earlier, with the morphing guitar sample that the gates out. It's a song called "Move Any Mountain" by the Shaman. I sent you a link.
That's actually one of my earliest mixes on my channel.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So you can hear it in there. That's the first time I think I ever heard it done. And I remember listening, thinking, "How the hell have they done this?" And then spending a day or two trying to work out what they'd done. It was very clever.
Isn't that a fun feeling to get from electronic
Must have been an
music?
accident. Yeah, it is. Must have been an happy accident at the time, I reckon.
Yeah, I'm definitely not going to play it on stream, though, because that'll get the stream struck down. So I'll listen
For
to it
sure.
after. Oh, that was a nice cowbell.
I love that one, yeah.
Where's the only one? Where's the other one? What? These are not drums anymore.
That was a chord stab in there. Oak blast.
Yeah. I'll just get a new one. Let's see. Sound canvas. Channel 10. Can't hear that at all. All right. Actually, it might be my headphones again. I'll go with the... whatever this is. There are two of these, right? Am I mistaken? Are there not two of whatever these are called?
Yeah, there should be two. I've used all of those sounds before, every single one of them. Especially that whistle. Where are those sounds from?
This is the sound canvas again.
Sound canvas again. I thought so, because I recognise all of them.
Yeah, it's the default MIDI sound set, the drum kit from the sound canvas SC55 again. Oh, wait, this is 88. Basically the same thing, though.
Yeah. I just sent you a track. Do you know Voodoo Ray by a guy called Gerald?
Oh yeah, that's like a classic.
Yeah, I just sent you a link to that because that's got the use of that out of tune cowbell.
Did you listen to Aphex Twin's newest release with I think it was First 44 or something like that?
No, I haven't. I didn't know there was something new. I'll go find it.
Yeah, this was from like 5 years ago now, but relatively new. From the Collapse EP.
No, I haven't. I haven't played his stuff for 10 years.
Well, he has new stuff from the past 10 years. You should check it out.
I need to do that.
But he also he has a track like I think it's called First 44, and it has this the 808 cowbell played like an instrument, and it's so good. It's like a drum machine, but like liquid almost. It's beautiful. Probably my favorite track of his in a while.
Oh, I'm missing out on about 7 releases. Okay, that's something to do tomorrow.
Yeah, you're in for a treat tomorrow then.
That's great. I went as far as that one that says Cyro on the cover, Mini Pop 67.
Yeah, Cyro's good.
Yeah, that's that's the last one I listened to. 2014.
Not quite 10 years ago, but getting close.
Yeah.
There's 2 of them here. Where? Oh.
There you go.
That's way lower than I think it should be.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I'm just going to use the sample of it.
Can you tune it in your software?
Not the way I'm using it. I'm just have a Sound Canvas like emulator basically.
I see.
I thought it's like a fun way to play with drums without loading in a bajillion sample slots.
Yeah.
But I can load in the sample just by itself and do whatever I want with it.
There you go. Perfect.
Oh, now it sounds funky in a different way. So crunchy. I feel like Mario Kart would have a better one. I have that right. Mario World? No. Here we go. Yeah, it sounds way better. All right.
I like that.
Now we just need a crash. Where'd my drum kit go?
I find it really, that's probably the most challenging sound to get right in a game, in a tune, is a realistic crash.
I'm just taking whatever this thing has, I think. I changed my mind. I'm taking whatever the sound canvas has. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
What are we working at? 3? Alright. Yeah, that's good enough.
Yep.
I want to complete this, what do you call it, triad. It is a triad, right?
I don't know.
I need to make food, so I'm going to head off for the night. Thank you for the hangout, though.
Yeah, thanks for joining. Right, here's the next issue. This entire thing is only like 30 seconds. Yeah, 32 seconds played through. But that's more than the original already, and I don't know what to do with the next.
There's the ever going challenge for a musician, right? You have one idea. Okay, where's it go next? I remember reading a piece by the singer from. Sorry, I've got the echo going on YouTube. Once. The singer from OMD saying that he would write a verse and then he would pitch it up in his sequencer 2 semitones and call that a chorus, and it was such a soulless way of doing music, I thought.
I mean, I've done something close to that, if not that exactly before.
As an experiment, but he does it on that's how he writes his songs. And when you listen to the musical composition, they're so predictable because of that.
Yeah, that kind of gets into the territory of like what you consider a release-ready song. Because although you can buy a lot of my stuff in like albums or whatever, they're not necessarily like super polished, perfect songs or whatever. It's just what I happen to make.
Yeah.
But I guess you should have maybe higher standards if you're like, in a professional band or something.
You would think so. So have some self-respect.
I don't know, it's like the difference between fun and professional.
It's just me being snobby about it, but I think it's when the main songwriter left and he took over, he didn't know what he was doing, and he just decided to transpose basically 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 semitones and that was his chorus. He wasn't sitting and jamming. He couldn't play a keyboard. I don't know if he can now. So he wasn't jamming or thinking of ideas in his head. He was literally transposing. But each to their own. I'm being really snobby about it.
Yeah. I was gonna pull up a song of mine as like a joke, but I can't remember what it's called again. I think it's Too Bright Chord. No, that's not it. Morose Hardcore. Asod Somar Sund. That's the one. This is a 303 emulator. What you can do
Yeah,
is just
definitely is.
one of these dials. Tune. There you go. That's the chorus and the bridge and the
There you go.
transpose each one of whatever. Yeah, I think I'm done being productive for now, but I'm still awake and you're still here, so if you wanted to just chat, I'm down for that.
That's such a cool emulator, that is.
Yeah, the VB303, if you haven't heard of it before.
Ah, that's good. Does it have that? It's hard to tell on the phone. Does it have the depth?
Yeah.
That fat bass end, yeah? That's really good.
Has some built-in like distortion stuff too. It's really good.
Before we could afford a TB303, like the real thing, there were some companies, I think they're from the States, that made rack-mounted single rack units, which were clones in a way, but they weren't weaker clones. They were different because, of course, it's proper hardware at that point. So everything inside it would have been different to the original 303, but they'd done a really good job of emulating the effects and things, emulating the way, the modulation and the filter, and all that kind of stuff. But it was a slightly different sound on the one we had. I wish I could remember the name of it. And it made for fantastic Detroit house. Really, absolutely superb sound.
Well, the problem with that is there's a billion emulators of the TB303, including...
There are now. Yeah. But back in the day, like in 1989, 88, 89, they were very rare, so you had to try and find the real thing. And unfortunately, the TB303 stopped being produced, and all you could find were copies that had been ruined by musicians over the years, you know, not taken care of.
Yeah. Like, it was technically a failure of a synth that just happened to be, get a second life with acid.
Yeah, I wonder what the numbers look like. I wonder if, I mean, of course they've re-released it now, but I wonder what the numbers look like back then. Like the 808 and the 909. I mean, I'm sure they were selling pretty well anyway, because drum machines were all selling pretty well. We had a Boss Dr. Rhythm at the time, which was a really cool little box. But the 909 and the 808, they sounded too fixed and forced and contrived at the time to me. But then all of a sudden you heard people using them and treating them, putting them with effects and then into house songs, and you're like, oh, now I get it. I wasn't good enough to understand the usage of it.
Yeah, it's very basically designed for dance music. I can't imagine anybody buying a 909 and thinking, all right, let's write our, country song or whatever. Hey, Tony.
Yeah.
Hey, Sai.
You're kind of quiet, by the way.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Let me figure out how to turn this up a bit.
Yeah,
Good evening, Neil.
Sorry?
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Anthony.
Sorry.
Multiple guests, I presume?
Why do you sound like a little bitch?
Sorry, one second.
All right. Yeah, this is a public chat, unlike our last time, so...
That's really cool use of that. I like that.
Yeah, this track in particular, actually, I was just messing around with the 303 for some reason, and my girlfriend's like, Yeah, this randomized function is pointless. That's not even music. So I had to explain, no, this is what I hear in my head.
I really like that.
She still argues that it doesn't count because that didn't exist. I had to pull it out of my head.
But how you write is like sitting and watching you write in that tracker is fascinating because you're not jamming and hearing a sound you like. You're hearing it you're doing the Beethoven thing. You're hearing it in your head, and then you're putting it in a note, and then you're tweaking it.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'm back.
Hi. Have you scooted the other person out of the room, I guess?
Shit.
Oh no, they're not working.
Well, yeah, it's kind of a weird challenge too sometimes because I'm more used to certain speeds in the tracker. So I'll know like, okay, the sound in my head means I need to, skip 6 rows here and then 2 here. But if I'm going at the wrong speed, that just doesn't work at all. You could see that happen a few times.
I see.
You could see that happen a few times when I was composing earlier.
So if you're used to working at 120, you know that it's 4 beats away. I get it, yeah. That's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, and this one I think... Yeah, that's a half speed. Like, if you watch this scroll by, it's kind of slow.
Yeah.
This one's like twice as fast.
Yeah.
I'm used to the twice as fast one, so this one was kind of tripping me up a little bit. But also, when writing at this speed right here, I think it's easier to make drums and like bongo sort of things like this. Just feels more natural for some reason. I couldn't tell you why.
Yeah. I'll tell you one thing. I've been trying to rewrite the Zool 2 track from the bulb level in Reason. I think I mentioned I was rewriting it.
Yeah.
And the drums in that were based on a sample. And of course I don't have the sample anymore. And I wanted to rework the drums, but I wanted to rework them at the same groove. And I've been totally unable to match that groove. So I've had to change it, and it's lost. It no longer quite sounds like a remix or a reworking. You could tell slightly because of the bass line. If you know that it's an emulation of that song, then fair enough. But having lost that initial groove, it's lost what made it. I didn't realize how pivotal the groove was to the track. But it's kind of like almost like changing a disco song to an electronic, Four on the Floor, or changing a reggae song to a disco song. You lose the essence,
Yeah, I guess it's technically a loss, but I think I see it more as a transformation of the essence.
Yeah, and I think that's how I managed to sleep at night. But I don't know how you would do it. I would find it fascinating to see how someone would do a reggae beat in the tracker, and then how you'd write inside that. That would be a whole nother thing to wrap your brain around.
I'm trying to think if I've ever done that.
That was exactly what I was thinking. It's like, I'm sure. I am like positive you've done that.
Okay, but when and where? What was it called?
I don't know if sampling counts.
I guess the other way you could do it, you could take a sample from a reggae track and then rip the groove from it into Ableton, and then use. You can't do that into your tracker though.
No.
No, I was thinking it's like I don't know. Does the only track I really remember that comes close is "Come On Spinning." I don't know if that uses a reggae sample or if that was something different.
That wasn't Ableton either way.
Oh, that was an Ableton. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
I do remember a dubby thing that I wrote, but it was years and years ago, so I'll have to find it again. Let's see. Oh, god darn it.
Did you do? Isn't it in 6/4 time reggae?
I don't think so.
I think reggae is more of an offbeat kind of thing. Like,
Yeah.
it hits on the offbeats kind of thing. I think it's still 4/4 though.
Yeah, there's something weird about it. I'll tell you one thing, a little quick, interesting little story. I did a re-edit of a Human League B-side, and as I was playing along to it, I thought this thing's out of time, and it turned out that the old Lindrum, Linn, the Lindrums,
yeah,
when they got warm, after 5, 10, 20 minutes or whatever it was, when the electrics got warm, they would have this give and take in the sequence. So they were never, even though it's an electronic piece of kit, an electronic, whatever, it wouldn't stay on time. And how I found that out was I dropped it into Ableton, and it was all over the place. The snare was late, the kick drum was early, and the next bar, it was the other way around. They were a real mess. So I put it in and did that automation thing that you can do in Ableton where it pulls everything into the beat. And it sounded like a completely different song. And it turned out that it gave that Human League electronics sound a more human feel by having this failure in the drum machine to keep time. Because it added what a human drummer would add, that natural, slightly out thing. It was fascinating to me. And then, so I went back and deliberately moved some of them slightly off again to have a natural feel. But yeah, that was amazing. Dropped the whole song into Ableton, which is astounding technology. And it just drops all those kick drums and hi-hats into the holes. It's fantastic.
Yeah, that's not in spite of it being electronic, it's because it's analog electronics.
Yeah.
And it's also not something you can do in a tracker either. It's something you have to use Ableton if you want to move beats around that slightly.
For sure. But I wonder how aware anyone was at the time of how much, is it called wow and flutter? How much give and take there was anyway in the samples at that point. So not the samples, in the beats. I wonder if they realised how out of time they were.
Yeah, wow and flutter refers to the pitch. So I guess there
Is
could
that
be
right?
a correlation between the two.
Yeah.
And that's the closest I've got to reggae, I think.
That's really cool, actually.
Yeah, I like that sound.
Quite Aphex.
Aphex, not so much, I think. Did you listen to...
If you strip the reverb off, does he even use reverb?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Does he? I'm trying to remember back. Everything's really almost raw in his stuff. I'm going to go back. I haven't listened to his stuff in ages, apart from the original, whatever it was, the original tapes or whatever it was called.
Wow, there's only 2 effects on this thing. I'm kind of surprised. Here's dry though.
I love that.
Yeah, this is another one that I've written in an hour, but... Oh, this was right as I changed software, because older versions of ModPlug didn't tell you how much time you spent. But around May of 2011 is when I got the one that tells you how much time you spent in it.
That thing causes so many arguments in your iPhone. You're always on Facebook. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. Look, it says here an hour and 45 minutes today.
It's a fun challenge with music to see how much you can write in an hour.
Oh yeah.
I am just way too slow. I just can't do it that fast in an hour, unfortunately.
I feel like I've gotten slower, but also, let me look at the stuff I did today. Yeah, like the Reverse Kids cover I did. I did like almost all of that in like a couple of minutes, like 30 minutes, I think. Let me check that again. 1 hour.
I don't know how you blitz them out. It's nuts.
Trackers make you fast.
I think the opposite. I'm just going to say the opposite to you. I'm watching your work and I'm thinking that looks like agony to me now. Instead of just sitting down and playing it in by hand.
Yeah, I think if you can play by hand and keep time better than me, that would probably be faster.
Or even just use the quantization in a piano roll sequencer.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got a piano roll. It's just rolling the other way, and you've got D6 instead of,
Yeah, not quite.
It's the lack of visual like bars. Like I visualize chords as bars, like groups of bars that, and then when you get into trackers, like they're like notated like with letters, like normal music notation kind of is, and it's just like well, I'm no good with sheet music, so that's throwing me off.
Isn't that interesting how we think about music in that way now?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a lot more visual than before.
Yeah, I feel like that'd be a helpful skill, but I'm very stubborn about actually learning to use a piano roll. I'm quite happy with this tracker setup.
However you can get your ideas down quickly, right? That's all that matters.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like I deeply respect this. Your setup. Like, yeah, you get insane results from it too.
Yeah, you do. I cannot believe that some of that stuff comes from that system. I cannot believe it.
I just found another dubby thing that I did recently. I don't think it qualifies as reggae though. Just reverb drench something.
It's very like glitchy kind of deal. Oh, okay, it's like a glitch hop kind of thing.
Sorry?
Is it like a glitch hop kind of thing? Sorry, I know I'm quiet.
I wouldn't call it glitch hop, but just some sort of ambient dubby micro cut something.
Fair enough. I feel like it's got something to lend to reggae a little bit.
Yeah, the hats are quite reggae, aren't they?
Yeah, something about the flow of it too. But I think it is the hats, yeah.
Something I need to spend a lot of time in is the groove maker in Reason. I need to sit and play with that and try and understand it better. I want to master that so that I can make a hip hop groove when I want to in 10 seconds. I want to fully understand it. I've played in it for a few hours, but I don't get it still.
Yeah, that's a tool I'm completely unfamiliar with, so couldn't tell you anything about it.
Yeah. There's got to be 100 YouTube videos. Sorry.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine. Yeah, I was just saying it's the hats and the reverb, definitely both. Something that makes it feel a little on the spacey side.
Yeah.
Sorry, as you were saying,
like the reggae usually has a chopped guitar or a chopped something on an upbeat to tell you it's reggae.
It might be like like a palm muting technique or something like in that vein. That's also doing it.
Yeah. There's got to be an idiot's guide to reggae on YouTube.
Oh, for sure.
Got too much stuff open, clearing out a bit. Can you see the actual notes?
Yeah. The like you're currently scrolling around in the looks like the main window of it, the patterns.
Yeah, but can you read the actual note names?
It's a little small, but you don't have any notes selected, but then in the same bar there's like an F5. I don't know if you have if that's the window you want me to be looking at.
It should be maximized now.
If I pinch and stretch it, I can see them.
I just want you to like figure out if there's anything wrong with these notes.
Let's see. A sharp, A sharp, E sharp, D sharp. E sharp and D sharp are probably like no, they're separated by octave, so that's fine. That's fine. I don't see anything terribly wrong with the chords actually.
E sharp, here's E, here's F.
Yeah.
These are different notes.
As far as visually, it's like a matter of like some pixels telling it apart, and it won't let me go all the way full screen.
Yeah. See, a fun thing you can do with ModPlug that I think a piano roll would be extra confusing about is microtonal music.
Yep. Definitely.
So with this, E sharp and F are different notes. That's E sharp. That's F.
But it's still a semitone, isn't it?
It's a little short of a semitone. I think it was...
Is it?
Yeah, this is 19 notes per octave on this one.
No way!
So it's E sharp, but like only a partial sharp?
Oh, I can't get my head around this.
Yeah, here's what a like normal octave on a piano sounds like. Kind of crunchy.
You know who would tell us like a ton about microtonal stuff? I think Joe would probably, he would probably like have so much to say about it. I'm sure.
Who would?
Joe, Copycat.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Man, I wish he could be here too. That'd be so cool.
He was here like 5 hours ago.
Oh God, I missed it. I can't believe it. Yeah, I was at work, so it's like, I missed it. Oh, that would have been sweet.
Yeah, this is just something I wanted to bring up since we're talking about trackers and notes and piano rolls. Because I guess you could do this on a piano roll, but I'd love to see it.
Well, in effect, I'm not being pedantic about it, but it's a vertical piano roll instead of a horizontal piano roll. And instead of having lines, you've got letters, D6 and F sharp or whatever, right?
Yes.
So it kind of is, just that you're not holding down bars or holding down notes or whatever it might be. Tones.
So where is it notating where you have microtonal like shifts? Like how do you know that it's offset by a certain amount of microtonal like?
Good question.
Bits?
I'm not sure I understand what you're asking.
Like how the E sharp is not quite an F. It's like E sharp, but like a partial amount. How do we know? How do you see how much it's off by?
That is sort of something I came up with on my own. I just started with I divided the octave into 19 notes equally spaced, and then I went like, that sounds pretty close to like what D usually would be. But,
okay, so this is some lab shit you came up with. Got it.
Yeah. I'm glad you described it like that.
But like, so that's
I love that
D,
you
but
picked
it's
a nice round number of 19.
Yeah, this is C to D, but it's the third note of the scale. So in between that there would be C sharp and D flat.
But didn't you have to invent another 7 names for notes?
Yes. That's why I added all these flats and sharps.
One day you'll be famous for this 19 semitone octave.
No, I don't think so. Wendy Carlos is a bit ahead of me on that one.
Did she do some of that?
Yeah. She came up with an even cooler system where you like instead of dividing up into octaves, you divide it up into like I think it was 17 notes per fifth.
God, she's so fucking cool.
She really was.
Yeah, it doesn't even repeat on the octave, and it sounds really crazy. I think I have an example of that in my previous stuff folder. Let me look real quick.
But then doesn't it become unfamiliar to our ear and it can no longer represent pop music? I wonder.
It gets trippy, is how I would describe it.
Avant-garde, trippy, yeah.
I am so bad at remembering file names. It had Gamma in there. Gamma Brambles Gammels.
Okay, you said was, and I had like a mini heart attack. Turns out it's her birthday today too.
Oh, no way.
She's 82 now. Yeah.
Wait, today?
Today, yeah. Today is her birthday.
Oh,
That's
wow.
spooky.
Wait, today is in the 15th or the 14th?
The 14th.
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
Oh, I thought. Oh, wait. No, yours is on the 15th, right?
No, mine's on the 14th.
Okay, you both have the same birthday. Okay, yeah.
It's just 1:30 in the morning for me at this point, so it's the 15th now.
Okay.
Let's see. Yeah, here we go. Oh yeah, I had to come up with all sorts of crazy names. We got the Z sharp over here.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can get pretty close with this. So this is the one of the songs from Donkey Kong, just sort of covered in like a microtonal way.
That does work still.
Oh, it gets really out there now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then it just sort of went crazy with modulation here.
Yeah, that's where it goes wrong. But the first part still sounded.
Yeah, it sounded good. Just like a bit of the drama subdued a little bit, but still quite good.
Yeah,
it's really
and it
fun
sounded
to play
familiar.
with.
Yeah.
And then for contrast, we got this thing I wrote with the 19 notes are an octave, which is a bit rougher, but I still think it's fun to play with.
That sounds so good.
That is fantastic.
Great.
Yeah.
I'm still
slightly different.
Yeah, I'm
Sorry.
happy with it because it still sounds like natural in a way, but there's a few more notes than there's supposed to be, and you can still tell.
I get this kind of feeling when I take something I'm working on and I like do a just pitch shift it down by like a couple of like semitones or whatever. But this is a different level. It gets a totally different feeling entirely.
Yeah, it does.
I love it.
And it sounds new. It sounds like a new innovation because it is.
Yeah, you couldn't get this in with just 12 notes.
Wow.
Yeah.
A slightly different subject, but an interesting observation. I went to see the Goo Goo Dolls, and before they came on, I had a look on the stage, and the singer had two. There's only one guitarist, and it's the singer. The other guy plays bass, and he had two massive racks of guitars, probably 20 to 24 guitars. And I thought, how can one man need that many guitars? And then I learned about his tuning. And so what he does is, instead of having his guy retune a guitar backstage, because he never tunes a guitar the normal tuning. Every song he writes with a different tuning on his strings. So he has them all preset and pre-tuned backstage in a certain way with a capo or whatever. It's just unbelievable. So every single song a different guitar would come out. And it's just, this is how this song was written. And just a crazy, crazy idea. But that man, he couldn't tour on a small bus. He needs a truck, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. That's crazy.
It really was. I mean, that's you can only do that if you're a rock star.
And a big one at that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like it makes me think of like a macho like character that every time he runs out of ammo on the gun, instead of reloading, he just picks up a new gun.
Yeah. That's exactly what it is. I wonder if he talks about it in interviews. I'm going to look it up. Be interesting.
Oh, yeah, Sid's in YouTube chat saying that if you want more microtonal stuff, then Sevish is the guy to look up. He's way more into it than I am. That's like his main thing.
Oh yeah, I'm just reading that now.
Yeah. I love
Thanks,
his stuff
Sid.
too. He's gotten better with it over the years as well. Some of his earlier stuff is a bit rough. But these days, like I think it's Horizons is one of his tunes. Like 22 notes an octave, I think it was. And some of his chord changes in there are just majestic. Love it.
Wow. It's such a surreal concept. Hard to get your head around.
Yeah, but it's also fun to just play with, which is why I've got all these weird random examples laying around.
I mean, 22 is just off 24, which would make no sense. So that really is a pushing the envelope for microtonal, I would have thought.
That's what you would think, but the slightest change will just cause a chain reaction and start messing things up.
God, it's something I want to play with now. I don't think I'll be able to do that in Reason. I wonder.
I don't know.
I'll look into it.
Do you use Contact at all?
No. I tried it years ago, but no.
Oh. It has a built-in thing that I use a lot. I'm just looking at other stuff I've done. What is this?
That's neat. That's a nice sample sound.
It's like a distorted, like out of tune Blade Runner kind of project.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Something that evokes that like something's off kind of mood, like ambush lurking. Yeah, I love it.
Oh, I just remembered, Neil, you said you were happy you avoided the like square wave like NES stuff, having to write for that. Are you do you remember the Atari 2600, the sound on that?
Yeah, absolutely.
It was never in tune. It just isn't. You have two channels and then maybe square waves.
Yeah.
And you cannot get anything in tune. But it is super fun to write stupid stuff in that. And I want to try and find that because I did a few of those.
Is there an emulator for it?
Yeah, they've made a tracker for it. A 2-channel tracker.
Wow. Imagine if that was your job. You turn up to work. I'll never forget going to work one day, and I looked at my key. I used to turn on the sampler first because it took a little while to warm up and to start working properly, and the PC, and you did everything in the same order every day, and then I'd turn my keyboard on, and then I'd hit something. I'd load in a sample and I'd hit the keys, and I looked at the black and white keys and I thought, oh my God, it's the same black and white keys I saw yesterday and the day before and the day before. How do I do something new? And the one and only time, one and only day in my life I've ever had writer's block. And I sat there looking at the keyboard, feeling heartbroken, thinking, am I burnt out? Is this it? Am I never going to get to write another song again? And then my manager came in, who wasn't a musician at all. He came in and he said, what's happening? And I said, there's the same keys, man. It's just the same keys. And he looked at me, he's like, what do you mean? I said, it's the same thing. It's like I'm looking at the same thing I looked at yesterday. I don't know what to do. And he said, oh, don't worry about it. Just go for a drink or take the morning off. Whatever you need to do, just come back to it later. Anyway, he obviously went away and talked to Pat Phelan. And Pat came in and he went, here's what you do. Pick a sound, doesn't matter what the sound is, any sound. And then play a part. It doesn't matter how crap it is. Just play a part and record it. Record your bar or your 4 bars or your 8 bars. Even if it's cheesy, garbage, contrived nonsense. As long as it's in a key, just play any old crap. Put it on a drum beat if you want, doesn't matter. and then go away, come back, and then write a song on top of that crap, because you'll start writing naturally good stuff on top of the crap, and then delete the crap. I'm like, oh wow! So I did exactly that. So I don't know what I wrote, but probably just an octaving bass line, that kind of thing or something. And then I put a new sound in and wrote on top of it and thought, that's a good part. And there you go. So it was fixed by using this really simple, practical solution.
I have to try that. That sounds like a great idea.
Yeah, it's a brilliant idea for writer's block. Any old crap, as long as it's in a key, of course. And then you can write nice stuff on top of it then.
I'd argue it doesn't have to be in a key either.
Not really, but it gives you a platform to jam if it's in a key.
Mm-hmm.
Even if it's C and you're just hitting white notes.
Sai, do you remember if like Tim Fallon ever worked with anything that was like 2 channels?
He worked with the ZX Spectrum and its beeper and turned that into like a 8-channel thing, but I don't think that counts at that point. Otherwise, he always had at least 3 channels to work with.
Yeah, that's probably it. I was like trying to think if there was anything there. If anybody could squeeze the most out of just a few channels, it was him.
And were they all the same square wave? Was it 2 or 3 square waves, or was there a square and a sine?
I don't recall. I think it may have been like a different thing for each channel. Yeah.
Right.
Which are you referring to?
I think the ZX Spectrum, like that wasn't like 3 square wave channels or
that
anything.
That was 3 square wave channels if you had the 128K version. The original one is just a beeper, which is you can turn it on or off. You got 1, 0.
Wow.
Wow. Like explicit square wave.
Yes.
Okay, he was working with 3 square wave channels. Damn. Yeah.
So I wonder if the square wave was identical. So if you hit, would they cancel each other out if you, well, not cancel each other out, but you know what I mean? If you hit the same middle C, would it just be louder because you're hitting the same identical sound 3 times?
Yep, that's a thing you can do. It's common for composers these days to detune their channels slightly, so that if that does happen, it's like doesn't cancel out; it just sort of phases a bit.
Yeah, fair enough. I wonder if they did little tricks like that back then. I wonder if that was possible in the sequencing. Probably not.
I'll be right back.
I cannot imagine that they were able to do that back then.
They probably were. Like I remember Alberto Gonzalez had to tune his NES like tracker because he didn't have like a pitch reference, so it ended up being slightly off tune. So I mean, I know that sort of thing is possible.
Interesting.
Speaking of which, I don't remember if I have this actual conversion, but this should be it. Let's see. Yeah, there you go.
What's the song that's so familiar?
Take On Me.
Of course it is, yeah. Oh my god, that's great. So speaking of that song, that was recorded in Sheffield, and my friend Elliot Kennedy was the engineer on the B-side of it. I think it was recorded at Western Works, which was a place where New Order recorded, Cabaret Voltaire recorded, and then Aha weren't even famous, of course. That was the song that made them famous.
Yeah,
and
the
Elliot
only song of theirs I know.
With the what?
Take On Me is their only song that I know of.
Oh, that you know, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had quite a lot of hits in Britain. And my friend was a trainee engineer. I think he was 17, and he engineered the B-side to it. It's crazy, crazy.
Yeah, Sheffield is a wild place, I think.
You would have loved it at the time. It was a really very, very exciting because everything was happening. It was super exciting.
I mean, yes, but also more practically, I would have missed out on all of it because I'm a very reclusive kind of guy.
I wonder if that would have brought you out though, because most of the people I worked with were like that. Like Mark Barrett was an extremely shy introvert and ended up becoming, hugely successful. It's very strange. I wonder.
Hard to say, really.
Because in that art world, a lot of extroverts change when they end up on stage, don't they?
Yeah, I've never actually
There's a
been on stage. The closest I got was like a little I thought it'd be fun to do a renegade performance at a con, and
Oh,
what
yeah.
that ended up turning into was like a little circle with a few friends who were just like jamming on a mic. Get one guy beatboxing, someone else like playing keys or
Oh, yeah.
whatever.
That's cool.
I think I actually missed that, and I was at the event with you. Oh my god!
I never thought about playing at a con. That'd be a really good idea.
Oh yeah.
Me and Barry Leach had a conversation about playing our video game music down in Brazil. And I think Barry went down and did some gigs down there. I think he was paid.
Yeah, I was about to say, didn't he actually do that?
Yeah, I think he did in the end, yeah. Yeah, we're talking about how you can possibly do the game's tunes live. He's a really nice guy.
Yeah, I did a feature with him, and he was really nice to work with. Very
Yeah.
patient.
Yeah, he's really down to earth. I like
Yeah.
that about him.
I think if I do another interview video like I did with you, like chronological autobiography thing, it's probably going to be him
Yeah.
next, because I think he's just the chillest person that I am in contact with.
Yeah. It's funny because he did my job before I did my job, and we never knew each other because we never crossed over. And him and Pat didn't cross over. I don't think. I think literally Pat jumped in his seat. I think.
Yeah. That's actually the topic of another video. Remember how you had to use the Cubase conversion and the MIDI sounds on the SNES instead of the Amiga, like Pat did?
Yeah.
Before Pat, they didn't have any tools. Barry actually had to code the entire thing by hand.
Barry did?
Yeah.
Bloody hell. Can't even imagine that. But he must have been a coder at first then and became a musician after he was a coder. Probably.
I think he did a bit of both, but I can't remember off the top of my head.
Yeah.
But he's definitely very good at like the low level kind of stuff.
I don't know where you two have worked, but I want to tell you about the personalities in video games because everywhere I worked, there was some extreme personalities. So you shared a picture on my interview thing of the Top Gear room, and there's Ash Bennett with long black hair and Mick Hurst, who's the artist. And then there's another kid, I wish I could remember his name now. There's another kid sat with his back to the picture. He was famous because he walked around the building barefoot, all temperatures, all seasons. He was barefoot, right? Totally bizarre.
Yeah,
And
I've
then there
never
was
seen that
another
in
guy.
my workplaces, no.
I mean, totally bizarre. And he seemed like a normal guy, but he was always barefoot. Wish I could remember his name. Anyway, so there was him. And then there was another guy. And this was absolutely no judgment whatsoever. But there was this big guy that worked on Actua. I can't remember his name. Let's just call him Jeff. He was about 6'2", an all man. Like, he looked like one of the Native Americans in Dances with Wolves. Long black hair, like a really big masculine bloke. And one day he came to work and told us he was changing his name to a woman's name. And he was the last candidate for that. There were a few transgender people that went through Gremlin, but he was the last candidate you'd expect for that because of his stature and his masculinity. He was an alpha of all alphas. And he said, came in and said, I want you all to call me Jane. And we laughed because, it seemed silly at the time. And he said, I'm going to move to America because I want to be a lesbian. So it was the most bizarre combination of life factors that none of us had ever seen before. And this huge character, this huge alpha male guy, and we were all just stunned. And we're like, what? And he lived on a small island somewhere off America. And we were all just shocked by this big change in this chap, And So we had all these different personalities and these things that we'd never experienced before. There was another guy who he only wore his t-shirts or his sweater on one arm. So he permanently had one arm out of his sweater. Everywhere, all seasons, just one arm in, one arm out. So the rest of his t-shirt or jumper was bunched up around his neck. You're like, what the hell is going on? So all kinds of characters.
For sure.
It's Wild West era. That's the way I see it
Yeah.
anyway.
Yeah. And of course, even in that environment, which was a long time ago, nobody was insensitive to his transgender experience. And like I said, it happened several times. Just he was just the last candidate you'd expect, at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It must have taken like a lot of guts too. Just like because when you're
Can you imagine?
Yeah, because when you're built like that and you're like because like that's your with your body being like that. And being like, yeah, I'm definitely going for this.
Yeah.
Man, that's incredible.
I know. We were all absolutely shocked, and we thought he was joking because it just seemed so ironic at the time.
Mm.
But yeah.
I'm also thinking it seems like particularly rare at the time, because like it seems like nobody was even aware that trans people existed in the 90s.
Right.
I mean, that might be my own perception speaking, but
No, honestly, it seemed like something space age or impossible at the time. And that was my very first experience of it. And I was surprised that somebody felt comfortable enough to do that at that time, and how easily it was accepted. And there was no mocking. It was just, let's get on with it, It was in a very, very immature environment. It was a very mature response at the time.
Yeah, that's kind of a good thing to hear too.
Yeah. It was an extremely immature environment. But, I remember one day we all went into work and every single thing in every office had been turned upside down. And somebody had gone around, turned chairs, desk, my synthesizers. And this was funny. And because it must have taken them overnight, like hours and hours and hours and hours to turn hundreds and hundreds of things upside down in the building. But the only problem was there were a lot of CRT monitors, the big old chunky monitors that never worked again. It actually cost the company a lot of money. Yeah.
Well,
We had a lot of things.
Such an elaborate prank, it would be so fucking funny, and then it turns out to be so costly. Oh, that's terrible.
It was a fantastic prank, like you say, so elaborate. What was the other thing that happened? There was I don't know if you know this. I don't know if you've experienced this in your companies, but they have free food and drinks to try and motivate you to never leave your desk. Have you heard about this?
It sounds about right, especially for that time.
So yeah, Microsoft. I had a manager that came Electronic Arts that came from Microsoft, and he said they had a cart that permanently went up and down every floor, past every door, and just gave you drinks or cakes or whatever you wanted, anything. You just, what do you want? Here it is for free, because they never wanted you to leave your office or your cubicle. So you didn't even have to walk to a coffee station. At Electronic Arts, they put a coffee station on every floor so that you didn't have far to go. And it was Starbucks pre-made coffee in a thing, and then cakes and muffins, whatever you wanted. It was all there for free. And when we worked at Gremlin, so this was earlier, this is like what would it be, mid-90s, right?
Yeah.
There was a free vending machines. So you got free cans of Coke, free cans of whatever. Anyway, we wanted caffeine-free, and the owner of Gremlin said, "What? Why would I put fucking caffeine-free Coke in there? I'm giving it you to keep you awake." So everything was full caffeine to keep us awake and keep us going, and then free candy and stuff. So we didn't need to go to the shop round the corner. We just get it from there. Anyway, one day somebody was in there and something got stuck in the vending machine. So this guy was rocking it back and forth. There's a nightclub. There's a nightclub underneath, and this sounds made up, but the chandelier fell off the ceiling and smashed to pieces.
No! Oh my god!
Deadly over there, jeez.
nobody ever found out who did it. But yeah, it was just. So I think Gremlin ended up having to pay for this chandelier.
No, oh, that's hilarious. That's terrible.
It's a great little story.
Nobody got hurt. Do you know if anybody got?
No, nobody. It was daytime.
Oh, it was in the office. That's right.
It was daytime for the office, so somebody was in there shaking the machine,
Oh,
and
that's
obviously this went
crazy.
down. They came in at night and found the chandelier in pieces underneath, put two and two together. It was great. And then another silly story I remember. There was often intense meetings, so there was no big meeting room. We used to meet in the canteen, like the kitchen area. So we'd have like big management meetings in the middle of there. And I was the only sound guy, so I was always in these meetings. And one of these meetings had a really intense, like everybody went silent. The owner of the company's there, the managing director's there. It was super, super intense, and it went really, really quiet. And everybody's looking to me for light relief because I used to be the Joker. I don't know why this came to mind, but I just said, I'm wearing stockings under my jeans. It was the best way to break tension in a meeting in the world. Everybody was dying. It worked, yeah. They all just burst into hysterics. It was so inappropriate and so perfect to kill that moment, you know.
Yeah, these are the kind of stories I was kind of thinking I missed from the interview because I finally got that Gremlin book in. I think I told you. I was
you got that, yeah.
Yeah, I skimmed through it a bit, and something you said in there was the transition from like a government job to working at Gremlin was insane because people could like get away with murder at Gremlin, and you were just astounded by that.
Oh yeah.
Now I see what you're talking about.
Yeah. There was a lot. I could tell 100. I don't want to bore you, but I could tell 100 of those stories. There was a kid called Simon Short, so we called him Shorty, and he annoyed everybody. Well, for a start, all the bathrooms, I mean, bear in mind this was 99% male. All the bathrooms had a stack of porn next to every toilet.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm not kidding either. The testers at Gremlin, they all had multiple video recording machines, VCRs, right?
Right.
Because they had to record every bug onto multiple tapes. Then they give it to each coder. So those multiple VCRs that each guy had, they were running off copies of porn. So they had an unofficial little side hustle, each one of them, making copies of porn for all the guys that wanted porn. It was quite lawless.
That is incredible. What?
I know. It's true, though. Every word of this is true, I swear on my life.
Oh, man.
This guy called... How many people are listening? Is it just you two?
Okay, here's the thing. You're still being broadcast, so this is still
Well,
public
nobody...
to... Okay, well, it's just us two and one viewer. I guess that's Sid is still here.
Yeah. So I'm not telling anything dodgy, and the company's long since gone anyway.
Yeah.
But Simon Short was a guy who was he was like a big kid, but he knew his games, so they kept him employed even though he was a big child. There's no other word for it, and lots of silliness in the building with Simon, and he irritated a lot of people. So one day when he was out of his office, I opened a tin of tuna and hid it inside his PC.
Oh God!
And it took weeks and weeks and weeks for the smell of the tuna to start. And he came into my office one day and went, "Do you know, my office really stinks of fish and I don't know what it is. I changed my shoes, I changed my everything, you know." And he couldn't find it for the longest time. Eventually, it stopped smelling. It went fully the other way. It either dissolved or disintegrated and stopped smelling. But we used to do crap like that to each other all the time. It's just madness.
No, I'm thinking
I recommend
like
that one. You need
sometimes you'll see like development kits pop up on eBay or something. So I'm like imagining one of these pops up. It's like, wow, rare kit from Gremlin, and they open it up and find a can of tuna rotted inside.
Yeah, that was great. There were so many of these things. I think I told you there was we used to like hiding things in games because people expected things to be hidden in games. And there used to be the things that we were told to hide, like secret levels or whatever it might be. and then things that we hid ourselves for a laugh. So there's a game called Realms of the Haunting, which is I don't know what you call that. It's an adventure. You're walking around a haunted house and you're trying to find pieces. There's some action in it. There's lots of cutscenes. Anyway, at that point, we finally got a little bit like Doom. We finally got to place sound effects in a 3D world. So how this works, I'm sure you're aware of it today. You probably know more about it than me now. But basically what you would do is, let's say you got a lamp. That lamp would have an electronic buzzing sound, and you drew a circle around it, a radius, and the closer the player got to the lamp, the louder the electronic buzzing sound would be, just like in real life.
Right, yeah.
Well, that game and that 3D engine, that was the first time I'd ever even thought this was going to happen, and there was me placing 3D sounds. So, and at this point, it was almost limitless number of sound effects I could put in this game. And I remember hiding things all over the place, but I scared myself witless. I had these fantastic baby noises with shitloads of reverb on, just like whatever it was, but just real baby sounds, but with masses of reverb hidden in a spooky game, and I'd hide them behind walls and put the radius so that if you walked right by the edge of the wall to one side, you would, and they were stereo, don't forget, to one side you would hear this baby noise with masses of reverb, and they weren't planned to be in the game. I just hid them all over this place. I hid bizarre sound effects all over it, and the only person that knew about it was the main coder. Oh, you'd know him, and I can't remember his name. Yeah, so he's the only person that knew I hid this. And then, stop me if I'm talking too much.
Well, actually, I had a question. What about the people testing the game? Because I could see somebody opening like bug report. I get too close to the wall and hear scary baby.
Well, the testing was kind of like Lawless too. The only things they would really report back in those days were serious bugs and issues like crashes and improvements that they thought needed. They would help to tune the levels till they were at the right difficulty level, things like that.
Yeah, okay.
But they weren't doing. Yeah, they weren't doing fancy reporting, and they certainly weren't commenting on things like that. And they were also really good lads. And if they had something like that, they'd come and see me, and I'd go, leave it in, don't tell anybody, But they were children, and I'm not kidding. They were just absolute kids.
Oh yeah,
they were
that's a thing back then.
Yeah, they were 18, 19, 20 at the time. And they literally left school and came straight there because they played a lot of games. And then, of course, they stayed in that job until they were 24, 25, then became assistant producers and then producers.
Yeah, that was advertised as like the way into the game industry. Play games, get paid for it, then work your way up, become a game developer. And some people actually get that far.
Yeah, millions of people. Well, certainly I know dozens and dozens that got all the way to being producers that way.
I think Frank Kaplacki actually got started that way too, if I remember correctly.
At the small companies, it's really easy. At the big ones like EA, when there's 250 testers, you've got no chance.
Definitely.
Mm-hmm. One of my favorite ones for audio was there was the producer of Actua Golf. He came to me. Actua Golf was on CD32 as well as, I can't remember if it was on PlayStation as well. I think it was PlayStation as well.
It was.
And PC, yeah. So we had lots of room for music, real music, Red Book and stuff, and then lots of sound effects. Anyway, so it's a golf game. There's not a lot of sound effects to be had. There's a babbling brook, there's the odd bird flies across, but there's basically just the golf effects. And then nice chill out music or wind. That's about it. And the producer, who was, how can I put it? He was the worst producer I've ever worked with, but he was a really nice guy. He didn't know games, and he was mocked, religiously mocked by everybody. This guy, I won't say his name. So this guy was a bit of he was just a target of fun, but he was a nice guy as well. Anyway, he wasn't bullied. He was just a ridiculous character. So he came to my office one day and he said, we need some more sound effects in golf. I'm like, well, you've got the ball being hit. You've got, what do you need? And he went, I need more animals. I said, well, it's not a jungle. What do you want me to put in here? We've got sparrows flying over. I said, just more variety. So I absolutely smothered Actua Golf with lions, tigers, eagles. It's covered in them. It's covered in baboons. Every kind of animal sound effect I could get. It's in Actua Golf. And then he didn't know this, but we put a cheat in. I don't know how you launch the cheat, but we actually motion captured this. The golfer stops. He's about to take his shot, and he stops and he walks up to a tree and takes a piss against a tree. And so we actually had this situation where he walks up to the tree, takes a piss. So I recorded that by pouring Coca-Cola into a mug on my desk, and like that frothing of Coca-Cola. So that was the noise. That was the noise of peeing against the tree. And then, as he's having his pee, and this noise is happening, we turn the head 180 degrees. At the same, there's a lion roar goes, roar, like this huge lion roar, and he spins his head like an owl 180 degrees. Absolutely fantastic cheat. I don't know if it ever was in any magazines or whatever. The producer never knew. The owners never knew. It's just an absolute classic cheat.
Yeah, that's so silly.
Yeah, we had loads of them like that. I love doing that stuff.
Yeah.
We never did anything like backwards saying "love the devil" or any of that nonsense. But yeah,
That you know of. I'm sure somebody snuck that in when you weren't looking.
yeah. I mean, I know what jokes I was playing. I really don't know what everybody did.
I mean, yeah, like honestly, it's better that you got more creative with it because like that's low hanging fruit kind of stuff. It's like yeah, and like if media ever got hold of it back then, you know,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah. And you've got creative people that aren't going to want to do the low hanging fruit, you know.
Backwards head lion peeing on a tree is like much funnier.
I don't know how I came up with it, but it was hilarious.
It's so good. It's so good.
So we actually had, I think we had the first ever motion capture system in video games. EA got the second one, I think, and that meant that we had companies renting it to shoot adverts for Kit Kats and Skittles and things like that. So we used to get all sorts of people coming into the studio and being motion captured with all, the little balls stuck to them. And
yeah,
this was something nobody had ever seen before. So almost every time an advert was shot or a bit of a movie was shot or whatever it was, famous people would turn up to be motion captured, and you'd have film crews and things like that around, or journalists would be there to see all that stuff. It was cool being at that cutting edge of it all.
Yeah, the other thing I was thinking was, yeah, it's motion capture, but this is still like the PlayStation 1 in that kind of era.
Yeah.
So it's gonna look really low fidelity, like low polygon. And
Yeah.
I think that's just gonna make it funnier, and I wish I could see it, but that's assuming anybody's even found it at this point.
I wonder if it made it into the final release. I imagine it must have. Somebody would have had to have found it, and then the coder would have had to remove it. Can't imagine it was removed.
Yeah, but it's still a matter of somebody online finding it and documenting it.
Yeah, I wonder. I might have a look later. It was one of the least popular games. I don't know why. We did a really good job of that game. Actua Soccer was huge, and Actua Golf just didn't do that well at all.
I think that's just because golf is a bit less exciting than soccer.
Yeah, it could be it. And I'm not sure if the Tiger Woods games were out at that time, or PGA something or other.
Honestly, the only thing I know about golf and golf games is that they tend to have really good music.
Yeah.
Love that chill out style.
Yeah.
Hey, Tony, I wanted to give you an edge in case you wanted to ask any questions.
Oh, well, honestly, I just think it's really nice to tune in.
Oh, okay.
I was trying to think of stuff to ask about like Whiplash because like that was the game that got me into your music, Neil.
Really?
Yeah. It's very like simple and structural, but it's just like something that was very influential for me. I think it was a lot of fun to listen to all of it. I would actually get the CD out and put it into like CD players and just listen to it while I do things around the house.
Oh wow, that blows my mind that people did that.
Yeah, I mean, you had a really good soundtrack.
Yeah.
I really like the I think it was like track 10 or something like that. No, track 10 is like the one that feels a little bit Halloween themed at the beginning. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah. And there was one that like I think it was called Victory Lap. It was like dun, 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 dun,
Oh
dun.
yeah, I love that one.
Oh, it's so good. I love how it starts too.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's got
that was one of those cases of that was a song I wrote on the WD-30, learning how to use that machine. Sorry, the W30, learning how to use it, and it was just one of those 8-bar loops that never became a full song, and ended up working perfectly well there in as a victory lap. It's got a kind of melancholy to it. Like the race is over, but it feels celebratory, but a bit melancholy at the same time.
Yeah, like that bittersweet kind of deal to it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's exactly it. I my favorite stuff I've ever written is all bittersweet. Yeah, that's really cool that you know that stuff. I'm amazed. I loved the theme tune to that. Was a great ravey piece of music. I thought it would have been good if it was released as a club song at that time. But as I was saying in the interview thing, or maybe it was when we were chatting at some point, we just got an oral maximizer, which basically brightened everything. It was a fantastic piece of kit, but unfortunately, I liked it a lot, and so I turned everything up to 11 all the time. And the first album I did was the Whiplash album, so it's extremely treble heavy. It's very tinny. The actual production on it is just completely colored by this maximizer.
I love that phrase saying, unfortunately, I love this a lot.
It's a funny thing, though, isn't it? Well, I'm trying to think what's the other thing that people. I'm trying to think of another thing that people really have too much of, and it ruins it. You become desensitized, don't you? I'll tell you what it is. When you get your headphones, you have a really nice piece of pair of headphones, and you're writing a song. You're liking the piece of music, so you turn it up a bit more, and then you turn it up a bit more. And during the course of the evening, your ears become adapted to that level of volume. So for it to become exciting anymore, you have to turn it up even more.
Yeah,
And it's
that's a challenge, yeah.
That desensitization, that's what happened with the maximizer. It really made everything sparkle in a beautiful way. But then when I saw it, when it was released, what I should have done is gone away and come back a week later and heard it and gone, oh my God, what are you doing?
Yeah, weren't you still writing stuff at like 1 or 2 days per track?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So most of Whiplash was written in the studio there. It was just 1 or 2 tracks, I think, were from my library, if you like, at home. Like that Victory Lap. But yeah, they were all tainted by that too much treble. I wish I could go back and remix them, but I have nothing of the old stuff. Yeah.
I want to try and play that
great
real quick. Tell me if you can hear it. Can you hear that at all?
Nope.
1 second. No.
Oh. That would be Discord's thing. Let me change the screen so you can hear it. Change window. Wow, that's an ugly window.
Oh, I do also have another question.
Yeah.
Yes, this is also a good one.
Oh, so that's not what you were talking about?
That is the one. Yeah.
Oh, this one? Oh. Oh, yeah, there might have been a different song, yeah. It's been a little while since I've listened to the soundtrack. But this is also...
I can't remember them. I don't expect anybody else to remember them.
Yeah, that's fair. Sorry, I interrupted your question. What was it?
Oh, I don't think I have any music by the Newsboys, but have you ever seen? Have you ever had the soundtrack or any of the files on it credited to the Newsboys? I feel like I don't have any songs by that band, but for whatever reason, at some point, I don't know if that's like a thing for you. No,
I'd never heard of them.
Yeah, me neither. I don't have any songs. I've never had any songs by them, but somehow, for whatever reason, I would put in the disc, and I was looking at the the song properties or whatever, and like for whatever reason back then the files on my CD were like, oh, this is by the Newsboys. I'm like, that isn't. I don't think they've made this music. So I had no
Wow,
idea.
isn't that
I
interesting?
had no idea.
Isn't that
That's really
Christian disco band?
I think, yeah.
I'm
They're
just
like,
looking it up. Yeah, that's what it says. Christian rock band. Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, it's that. I don't think they did any games, much less Whiplash.
yeah,
It's
no.
funny. I've never tried Shazamming my own music. I wonder who it thinks I am.
Yeah, now I want to
That's-
find the songs you were talking about. Was this the results thing?
That one.
That
Yeah,
one. All
that's
right.
the one.
Because there's the other one, the opening. Is that the opening you're talking about?
That's the ravey one I like. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the opening is like the one that I was seeing was credited by Newsboys. Yeah. Even
Wow.
though it's definitely not.
Wow.
Like, we don't have any music by them. I've literally never heard of them. It is so bizarre. I have no idea. Maybe it was some kind of like, maybe there was something about LimeWire or something, or I don't know.
Yeah, that could have been it. Eh?
Tony,
Maybe
I
got something.
can say that you have heard them because I sampled them in a house song at one point.
Oh, really?
Wow.
I don't remember which one it was though.
Do you know the funny thing is, I've written so many songs for driving games, and even though I might have liked the songs, I don't think they went with the driving thing. I very rarely got the driving mood right, the tempo or the vibe of a driving song. I didn't want to drive with music on, but I understood that when I'd watched other games, I could see how it was done well. And that game is the only game I think where I got it right more often. Like Top Gear 3000, I definitely got some of them right, but Whiplash, I listened to that first song, and that gets goosebumps on my back, and it's just, this is, wow, it's uplifting, it's let's go get him,
Yeah, I think so too.
It's like the Kenny Chu's "One Must Fall" of like driving game music. Like, it's the song I like think of when I think of like driving games.
I'm really, really proud of that one. I think it genuinely, if you can be objective about your own stuff, that's a great job of doing a title track for a racing game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm really proud of that one.
See, what's interesting though is that is one of the, I think it's the only song that the MIDI version matches the Red Book version.
Yeah, isn't that strange? I wish I could remember I can vaguely remember trying to. I don't know which came first. I wish I could remember. I can't.
Do you have track number 3 on there?
This one?
Oh, I always get these conflated. I think it was number 4. I'm sorry.
Menu.
I like that one as well.
Yeah, this one. Oh man, I would put this on so many times too. It's so funky. I love it.
It is funky, isn't it?
Yeah.
That one's written on the W30 as well. I love the drum loop on that.
Mm-hmm.
Often I didn't use loops, so I love it. It's kind of offbeat. Let the drum loop play. And I'll shut up.
Yeah. It is so funky. I could imagine this being in a club setting because it's so like it feels so contemporary for the time.
Yeah, that's definitely a Sheffield sound, and I love it.
It is, isn't it?
It's such a bigger job.
I love everything about that soundtrack. Yeah, it's one of my favorites, but I forget about it so often. I forget about the game. I don't know why.
And that was one of the W30 ones?
Yeah, I think that track was definitely W30 because that drum loop came from there. Typically, I would use drum loops on the W30, but then when I got to the studio with Cubase, I might use a loop or multiple loops, but I cut them up inside the Akai sampler, and then like chop up multiple drum loops. So it wasn't. I didn't want it to sound like I'd just taken a loop from somewhere and written a song over it. I thought that was lazy. But on the W30, I didn't have any alternatives really, so I'd just be using loops for my own benefit and writing little tracks. So some of those came straight from the W30, but most of those tracks were written in the studio.
Yeah, I find the way you can like divide some of your work into like you made it at home at the W30 versus you made it at Gremlin in the studio.
Yeah. the funny thing is, I'm exactly the same as you two, and I've gone through all the same processes and changes and learning curves and softwares that you two have done. Just that it just so happens that my stuff was on some games, but we've all gone through the same. How do you do this? What's this note sound like? What's the pressure sensitivity of a keyboard, or you know what I mean? And learning a pitch bend or whatever it might be. All the millions of little things you learn, and the growth of your music, and then the growth of technology with your music, and only luckily for me, it's there on YouTube for me to go, oh, that was that period, and this I saw some growth here.
Yeah, I would consider myself a bit more lucky since I have more access to tools. Like Modplug Tracker is completely free.
Yeah. Looking at what you were doing earlier, I mean, that's really that like whets my appetite to do some experimental stuff. I used to love sampling. I think I've talked about this, but I used to love sampling things that I shouldn't sample, that were verboten. Like a sample of Marky Smith from The Fall saying "fall." I loved doing that and hiding that. Moreover, I liked finding little bits of a song with a great sound and editing that sound out and chopping it up so it's completely out of context. Nobody could ever find it, but it became an instrument for me because, frankly, it became challenging to get enough sample CDs to find new sounds that were exciting to write with. I gobbled up all the 0Gs, and I can't remember the other manufacturers at the time, but I gobbled up everything I could find. But I would run out, so I'd think, okay, where am I going to get some new material from? And sometimes I'd do them with Foley, but, if you want to get a really authentic chord sound and then chop up a chord sound in a tracker, that was an interesting thing. So you could sample, let's say, a bit of a chord from, let's say, I don't know, from The Verve. That opening string pattern, you could sample a tiny snapshot of that and then reverse it, put some effect on it, and throw it into a song. And that's how a lot of my Amiga samples were done. They were just chords taken from other songs, existing songs, and then played with, totally taken out of context. And I would then jam with that chord. Do you know what I mean?
I mean, that's how you do it on the Amiga. You only got 4 channels to start with.
Yeah, what else could you do? But I know Pat was making his own chords, so he'd write a chord, he'd click, he'd play the chord, record it, then sample his own chord.
That's not as fun, I think.
I wanted the innovative sound that you get with something that's been through a production, so it's got reverb mixed in and all those things.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And other sounds underneath it sometimes, and it's fun, isn't it? This sandbox stuff they call it today.
Mm-hmm.
Totally being inventive with these limited tools, like you playing with microtones. I never even knew that existed.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd endorse it per se, but it does exist.
Well, that first part of that last tune you played for us, that was absolutely delightful. I don't even have a genre for that, but it was it was like a movie soundtrack.
It's very cool, Si.
Yeah.
It was like something Jan Hammer would do.
Yeah, that scale in particular, Wendy Carlos came up with it as a way to make like very pure music, like as close to like pure ratios as you can get.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I didn't know she was doing stuff like that. That's amazing to me.
I will always regard her as this genius, like man.
And how the hell she got anywhere involved in that world, which was a man's world, is remarkable.
Yeah, I feel she was ahead of her time, honestly.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. I agree with you. Yeah. She was right at the front of so many things. I mean, I didn't know she was playing with the tones, but she was such a leader, and some of the innovations that she came up with, she's responsible for all sorts of stuff. Every once in a while, every few years, I'll go back and read her Wikipedia and remind myself. Well, she comes up in articles as well, right? In a music magazine. She
Mhm.
every once in a while she'll come up on the BBC or the Guardian or New York Times.
Yeah, it's just so cool. Such a
I'll
big.
tell you who else. What about Jean-Michel Jarre?
I don't know
He
much
was-
about him, but I know he was like a huge deal like in the late 80s and a huge inspiration to a lot of early game composers.
He really was, and a real innovator with arpeggios and his sounds. Like if you listen to so many bands today that are doing retro 80s sounds, they might not know, but they're using Jean-Michel Jarre sounds.
Yeah, that sort of thing happens.
Yeah, and lots of bands were copying Jean-Michel Jarre's sounds. If you have the time, listen to. It did a live album in China when nobody could get into China, and it's just called Jean-Michel Jarre the China Concerts. It's a double CD, and if you can listen to it start to finish in order, it's an absolute masterpiece. And you're listening to some of his best music, but he's playing it live, whatever that means in that situation. You know, how much is sequenced and how much he's playing, I don't know.
Right.
He was using light. He was putting his hand over light to trigger sounds in some way. He had some MIDI trigger kind of deal going on with lights, but that's just triggers. But listen to how he uses arpeggiators and drums and rhythms, and nobody's ever done it the same. I think Jan Hammer was influenced a bit by him, must have been, and a lot of movie soundtrack guys, I think, have been influenced by him. But when you listen to that and look at the year it was made, it's an astonishing piece of work. And he also did things which DJ Shadow did later on, which is putting little pieces of vocals in between. So he put little clips of Chinese conversation and things, and it was a really beautiful live album, songs blended together with little clips of television, and it's a masterpiece. No other word for it. I recommend you listen to that.
Now I got to check that out. Yeah, that sounds so good.
And even if you don't like every song, I swear there's going to be moments in that when you go, "Whoa, this is fantastic!" You know,
Oh, sure.
and there'll be two songs you definitely know. You know, I think you'll have heard them before. You won't know they were him. And I believe his dad, Maurice Jarre, was a composer before him, a classical composer, I think.
Yeah. Just having that that foundation probably taught to you, I imagine.
Yeah, exactly.
Big,
Imagine being
big
given all
advantage,
that. Yeah. So he was an influence on me big time. And the other one that was an influence on me was John Carpenter. Which is, you said one of the songs sounded like Halloween. That's directly related to John Carpenter, I guarantee it.
Yeah.
That's another one I'm not too familiar with. Got that like weird breadth of knowledge again. I know
That's
it's super
somebody you should...
influential. I'm just not too familiar with it, you know?
Yeah, I think I don't know where there might be a collection of his stuff on YouTube or Spotify or wherever you listen to your music, but again, there's a sound, there's a distinct 80s sound. There's that Jupiter 8, Jupiter 6. There's those string sounds. It's very 80s synthesizer and 80s drum machines, and nobody had done it anything like him, which is why he still stands out today.
It's funny you say that, because I feel like you've made instruments for like Whiplash in that track that feels like it would sit well as like a family member of those kinds of sounds.
That's an interesting point. Well, I think that's a fair point, but it all comes from being influenced by those sounds, I think. They like go into your blood, you know? Like you're regurgitating them subconsciously. And that feel sometimes.
Yeah, especially in like the design of it. Yeah.
Yeah. And I loved...
It's so cool to get like the background of it, how your influences shaped your designs here.
And Steve Reich, do you know Steve Reich? Me and you have talked about him, Si.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with Steve actually.
So
I mean-
Steve Reich. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not too familiar, like, same, but I know, like, the essence of him and, like, the minimalism and the, like, repetition.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And so I did some of that in some of the songs too. So, I mean, this is a really bare bones explanation of it. There's one song by him and I'm just gonna look it up. I'll tell you in 1 second. Steve Reich and sorry. Oh fuck! And I'll find it. But one, this is a really. Oh, it's called Counterpoint. Now, there's multiple versions of it. I strongly recommend you listen to those versions. 1 second. Listen to the actual release. So that was, as opposed to a live version. So that was sampled by the Orb. And at that point, everybody found out that the Orb had sampled him for a song called Little Fluffy Clouds, which you might know.
Yeah.
And it was a beautiful song, but nobody realized until, apart from musicians at the time, that, oh my God, this wasn't their song. They massively sampled Steve Reich. So then we did some deep digging into what Steve Reich had done. So he used to write a phrase and then shift just one note in that phrase in the next bar, and then one more note in the next bar. And he might have another arpeggio going over the top and doing the same thing. And so I sent you an app which basically teaches you Steve Reich techniques and how he did it, how he shifts to create. And
Yeah.
it's truly genius. It's almost science-like, and it's like a school project in a way.
Yeah,
But he
I'm really
invented
happy that app exists.
Me too. It's a piece of magic, that app. And also, it's a great creative tool. I mean, it helps you. You can write music with it, But that man was a genius, and he's an influence on me for sure. Learning that kind of innovation and how do I make this interesting? How do I make it more interesting? Well, I'll add some more variety. So whenever I had time, I'd add extra little tiny bits hidden all over the place. Yeah. And then producers like, I wish I could remember, there was a great techno or house producer in the 80s, and he was talking about how he sprinkled his mixers with gold or stardust. And he used to put this thing called a thip. I don't know if you can find a sample. THIP. And thip. And it's just a little sound like a mix between a hi-hat and a lip noise.
Like,
and
like a little whipping sound effect kind of thing. I see.
Yeah.
I
A
googled
tiny
it,
high.
and I'm like, what's a thip? Oh, you mean a tetrahydroxylazolo, whatever this drug is. I think he just
Is
meant
that what it
onomatopoeia.
says? Yeah, it basically is onomatopoeia, exactly. Yeah. And he used to hide thips throughout his songs. You couldn't tell they were there, but they were like stardust. And they made his production come alive. I thought, this guy's a bloody genius. So I used to find little things like that. And the reason I mentioned that is a couple of days ago, I'd got a packet of mints in my pocket. And I closed the packet of mints, and it kind of is, the lid has two closing snatches. And they closed together so close, it was almost like a phasing. It was like and oh, what a great sound. And it sounded great inside the pocket. And I think once you've made a sound in your life, you're always looking for the next one, and you always hear one and go, oh my God, I've got to have that, So that producer was an influence because he made me listen for things to sprinkle in my songs,
Yeah, it's 2:30 for me now, and I'm starting to get kind of tired, so I think I want to
Oh, yeah.
wrap up soon.
I
Is there anything else you
could
wanted to
talk
say?
about it. No, I'm good. I'm sorry if I talk too much.
Oh no, this is pretty much exactly what I wanted.
Yeah.
Nobody ever wants to talk to me about musical stuff, ever. You know, none of my friends are into it. None of my girlfriend isn't into it. Nobody cares. Damn. So this is the only time in my life I ever get to talk like this.
Yeah, I welcome it.
Well, I welcome you two as well, sharing. It's great.
It was really fun to tune in and listen.
Yeah, I'm happy you got here because I know you were a fan.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was great to see you work in that tracker like that and watch what you do. But it also gave me that sense of what it would be like if I did this process and you watched me writing, how that would feel. You know what I mean? It's really interesting. I'll have to do it at one time. Just start writing a song in the morning and put one, you know, show it live and see what happens.
Yeah. It'd be kind of cool to like tune into a stream where you're like putting some stuff together.
Yeah. Well, this was great. I wish I'd been there all day. We got flooding here in Vancouver, so I was stuck on buses and trains for ages. It was a crazy day.
So much travel. Wow.
Yeah, I would have loved to have seen. I would love to see more about how you did that. That chopping up of that. You know, that generated track that you did, generated from all those samples. That was fascinating to me.
I mean, I guess you could look at the video to see how I did it, but that'd be a bit more boring since I wouldn't be able to talk to you live.
Yeah, fair point. Yeah. Well, you know, if you do this every year, I'll be there next year. I'll have a watch and we'll see what you write next year.
Yeah, unless you get stuck in traffic again or whatever.
Yeah. So is this been recorded? Is this going to be something you could play back on YouTube later then?
Yeah, but it's gonna be like an unlisted video, so I can just send it to you.
Okay, great. Yeah. Then I'll watch.
I'm not gonna publish this anywhere or whatever.
Yeah, fair enough.
I've just I'm basically streaming it so anybody can tune in. Like Sid is still active in chat, and I think he's the only one watching at this point. Yeah.
Cool.
Hi, Sid.
Right. Well, I'll say good night to you all, and talk to you again soon.
Yeah. Have a good night, Neil, and thanks for having me on, Chris. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for joining me. Glad you could make
Yeah.
it.
Happy
I'm glad you
birthday.
could make it too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers.
All right, I'm shutting down now. See ya.
See ya.